much like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the blue. Great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with...
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. It is do or die time for all of our teams right now. This is our final day of league play and our final week of league play for teams to get into the Super Weekend and have that chance to make it into our finals. Jason Kapp, I'm your host. You guys at home, make sure to be reaching out to us via social media. You can follow us all on this lovely stuff down below. Hopefully my hands are high enough. Perfect. Production team nailed it. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know your concerns. Let us know anything you want to about the show. Maybe you want to tell us about your day. Anything is open to you. Just make sure to send us some. We got to bring in some analysts here. Apparently, I'm bringing in Jason and Max. So, Claris, I'm sorry, I guess you're off for the day. Let's bring our analysts, though, to break down all these matches for the day. It's nice to hear that production can not only mess up my name constantly, finally they mess up yours, James.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I actually did specifically wear this jacket and stole it from you prior because, you know, it's very fitting with your wardrobe as a whole. So if I'm Jason, you know, I'm Jason as well.
It looks a little too fitted to be mine, to be fair. I would imagine the arms with like the sleeves would be like past your hands. And...
Yeah, true. That's a good point. Yeah,
it would just be like that.
Dwarf me. You're right. No. Yeah, you're right. It still fits. It still fits. All right, I'm fine.
All right. No, you look good. You look good. You know who also looks good? Myself. I think I look fantastic today. And also, I guess the guy in the middle. I guess, you know, I guess Max is looking all right.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm here, I guess. I don't know. I guess, you know what? You probably don't want to talk to me after the weird way I drank my monster yesterday, so I get it. You know,
no, that was good. Cool. That was good. The only problem is
it was cool.
You set a standard going forward now.
I was scared all of last night.
Have to drink out of different and strange objects. So we'll really get intimate with you over the next week or two and really find out what you have around your house. But obviously, Monster Energy, we're talking about here, official energy drink provider and partner of PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022. Now, Maxman, I will ask you this really quickly before we do get serious and do start to talk about the matches yesterday, and of course, it's coming up today. Have you given legitimate thought to what you'll drink out of today?
I have even went to social media to ask people for ideas because right now I did not think I was going to go any further than this, so I'm back to the drawing board, Jason. I'll come up with something.
Do you have a vase for flowers?
No, I only have plastic plants. I can't keep a plant alive to save my life.
Do you have a bathtub and a really long straw?
I don't know if I can move the camera, but we can try, maybe.
You're gonna have to fill that bathtub up,
Better
otherwise it's gonna be a small puddle. Like,
better question. When was the last time you cleaned your bathtub?
What even is that?
I mean, when I shower,
no, that's not called cleaning the bathtub. That's just
Jason,
okay. Well,
production's asking you to move on as fast as possible. So
yeah, I know they are, but that's why I'm gonna keep hitting this one hard here, Maxman. You gotta clean your bath. No, I'm just kidding. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. Let's take a look at our standings though, so you guys can see which teams would be safe at the moment. But again, we still have 4 matches left to go for all of our teams, and unexpectedly, FTY, Giants, Penta, Doom, XTEAM, Shockwave, all in our top 6.
Really good stuff from FTY coming into this third week, of course. Like, this is a team, of course, as you said, up and downs that we've been seeing, but they have been a little bit on the downward tread, especially in that second week, right? But here, get himself 2 chicken dinners to close off the day. Actually get himself a back-to-back, technically, despite them not playing game 4. I hope they can do this back into the Super Weekend, right? Even though in the Super Weekend, they're good to make it to the league finals. That's fine, but here you're aiming even further than that right here, Kalash. You're aiming for that top 8 to make it to the European Championship, and results like this from FTY could allow them to make it that far.
Yeah, probably found the groove towards the end. And I think looking down the list a little bit further on, Penta as well, you know, we're seeing more and more eliminations coming in from this team where, you know, they were, for me, one of the teams that I was like, yeah, it's probably going to be placement first, elimination second. But I mean, even, you know, when they got their second place down on that kind of military island finish, they had 15 eliminations with that. They understood how to control some of the areas based around effectively where they're dropping, right, on military island. So it was really cool to see them being able to pluck all those numbers out of the water, so to speak.
Okay. I mean, also, I think a couple of teams that are a little bit surprising Shockwave, for instance, they're one of the teams that are kind of on the bottom of the table when we look at our Super Weekend standings, and they definitely need to requalify here, but looks like they're going to be safe to do so. They should be safe to do so, would imagine. Any team here on the front page. I mean, Giants as well, having a nice little step up yesterday. We've been getting the one chicken dinner done, getting good eliminations, I think, for me, is the real standout for that team. And then you go into the second page, and this is where limbs get a little bit wonky. Super young roster max, 21 placements, 9 elims. I think our general consensus yesterday was they're just trying to play for making sure they're in the Super Weekend, right? Yeah. And then from there, they'll go back to their normal style.
I mean, I think Kalash described it perfectly, which was they're just chasing down the circle every time. It was a rough time for them to actually try and get a central position, which is not even really their main playstyle in the first place. They like to go aggressive if they have the chance, of course, but they were chasing it down. Placement points, you know what? It's enough to make in top 16. I mean, they're 9th position, 30 points, right? This should be enough for them to, after today's games at least, to make into the Super Weekend. So I'm not too scared, but I still want to go back to that League Play 1 of Week 1, right, where they just popped off and took home that first place, and we haven't seen that since. So I want to see them maybe go back to the roots and what made them so successful in that first week, because it's been a little bit topsy-turvy since then.
That is a cross comparison. You know, you say that they were chasing the circles. Big was just chasing the eliminations again. Similar to that Week 1 where we were like, oh, okay, they just want to eliminate everything. Might have been getting some amazing placement points off of it, but again, those normally come down the line anyway. 20 eliminations with single-digit placement points for Big there as we continue on.
Yeah, them and Game Lord, I feel like we're cleaning house yesterday, looking for fights like left and right. But as we move into the last couple of teams here, RESQ desperately need to qualify. They are not in top 16 at the moment. Vamos, they're not clean either necessarily. They're tied, I believe, at 71 points in 17th place with the number 16 team. Two teams here who desperately need to get off the bottom of the standings if they want to have a chance to make it into our finals.
There's a super interesting storyline that could happen. Of course, the odds of that happening are pretty slim, but I do like my very improbable circumstances to talk about those in particular sometimes. For Romanian Boys and Vamos Esports currently serving as this 16th place limit to enter into the league finals on 71 points each. If these two teams do not qualify to this Super Weekend, it opens up a great opportunity for Five Threats and especially for Team Doom, who had a really good league play yesterday. Hopefully today they can also follow up with that. 71 points, I would say, Caloris, I'd love to know if you agree. 71 points in 15 matches of a Super Weekend. Oh, that is 100% achievable. So it opens up a door for two new teams to make it one single Super Weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with Doom, you said that they are currently have 45 points up towards the top here. 2 second places with the eliminations coming their way. Again, we've had some military circles. They're pretty good on those as a whole. But yeah, I think, actually, now that I think about it, those 2 second places are on Miramar. So never mind.
Okay, well, I mean, we're obviously talking a lot about like what could happen if the stars do align, but let's give you guys at home a better understanding of what we mean when we talk about qualifying here, more of a visual representation of taking a look at our bubble. Now, the estimated points for teams to qualify into the Super Weekend is 38. So we can see right now, Eastern Stars are currently 16 points behind that bubble. Five Threats, they're 20 points behind that bubble. And you can see obviously going down. And the fact is, you look down towards Vamos, 9 points in 4 matches. They have to do something drastically different today if they want to break through. For Romanian Boys, they're still 20 points, behind. They didn't even reach the halfway point of where they wanted to be necessarily. So there's definitely some rough times for some teams, but I feel like the fact is, if you look at Five Threats, you look at For Romanian Boys, you look at Vamos, the track record proves For Romanian Boys and Vamos are able to qualify to Super Weekend and definitely put more pressure into a match than we've been able to see Five Threats do.
I would say at any point in this tournament, any one of these teams have shown that they can close off games, except for Five Threats, I'm sorry, but otherwise, any other of the teams have shown that they can close off the games. And when you're looking to get to that 38-point limit here, I mean, 30 points for RESQ, 29 for Unicorns of Love, Vamos 29. Also, like, that's just literally one good game. One good game with a lot of eliminations, and you can instantly qualify to the league third Super Weekend, should I say. So it's still an opportunity to see literally anyone make it here, but of course, if you cannot have a good day today, then you're out. And we know as a fact that some teams will be leaving this PMPL right after these games today. So you need to get at least one good performance in, and you could make it to the next level.
And if you're all these teams, avoid the rotational paths of teams like Big and teams like Game Lord, because even if for some reason they didn't qualify onto the Super Weekend, those teams, they sort of don't care too much, right? Like, yes, it's nice to have 1k for chicken dinners and things like that, but all they're going to be looking to do right now is take fight, take them hard, and take them fast. And if you're any of these teams, you want to be avoiding any area that they're going to be trying to take up.
I think that's a good point to bring up when it relates to 5 threats, because we see in the past they constantly drop near TJB in some maps, and they're like getting these engagements relatively early on. I'm not sure why teams would do that necessarily anymore, especially in this final week, right? If you've gone 2 weeks straight of, all right, well, we can't really contest this team, then stop doing it. Just go somewhere else.
I was about to say, there's no really deep analysis you can make about this. It's just stop it. Stop it. Stop it, 5 threats. Like,
Stop it now.
it literally doesn't help. If you want to do something that could potentially help you out, it is very risky. We did touch upon it a little bit yesterday, I believe. 5 threats could literally drop on, 4 Romanian Boys could literally drop on Vamos to make sure they do not qualify, as they currently serve as the limit. That would be the best decision if 5 threats really want to hot drop someone. But as we saw from yesterday, it didn't really work out for them.
There were moments where, you know, they're dropping as well based on like where if teams are not in the lobby, right? Like we saw them drop on South George when certain teams were in the lobby, you know, which would have traditionally been their drop spot. So there's some kind of reactional plays as well that I'm quite a big fan of, just to use, I would say, more valuable spots than maybe somewhere far-flung off the other side of the map.
Okay. Well, you know what? We've kind of broken down 5 threats, maybe what they need to do in the future, at least over the course of today. Of course, some other teams in there as well. But let's talk some positives. Let's talk about Team Doom. This team hasn't qualified a single Super Weekend, hasn't looked good all week, or all season, I should say, until yesterday. They had a huge performance, and they've shown, hey, we can get 40+ points in a day. If we can qualify in 1 Super Weekend, then that means we can make it into the finals if we can keep Romanian Boys and Vamos out of the lobby.
Pop in as well.
I think actually, I'm starting to jump in really quick, James, but I feel like if we talk about, you know, 5 threats dropping Romanian Boys and Vamos to keep them out, why doesn't Team Doom do it to keep that threshold low?
Yeah, I mean, there is, especially today, right? You found yourself that comfort position. You got 45 points. You're going through. You're in 5th place. There is an opportunity for them to try and push that if that's the case. I mean, I think, Jason, that's the thinking man strategy. I think that's what you would do, quite honestly, because it seems relatively smart if you know you're guaranteed to go on through. So good job, Jason. Well done.
Thank you. I have a good nugget every once in a while.
Yeah.
All right, but look at the rest of the team, though. I mean, some really good damage being done over the course of yesterday. I mean, 7 limbs coming in for Koa with 1100 damage, 0 at 1200 as well. We haven't really looked at this team under a microscope too often over the course of this event, just because they haven't really done well enough for us to do it. But we are seeing multiple people, not just one person carrying. If we look at Keme, you know, for 4 Romanian Boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a team-wide performance so far from this team. It is great to see. Of course, we still want to see that Millie Island finished and potentially them getting the win eventually. That'll be great. They're gonna, I mean, maybe they're gonna play at least 1 Erangel today, maybe 2. I'm not sure. We'll have to see the group rotation. But yeah, I still want to see that chicken dinner, because Kalaris will be happy, and when Kalaris is happy, I'm happy. So no, that's good.
Guilty pleasure.
Yeah,
The guilty pleasure.
I still don't know why it's a guilty pleasure, but I'll just
I don't
go
know
along with
either.
it as
Just
well.
go with it.
Just go with it. All right, but you're talking about, you know, you don't know how many Erangels they're playing today. For you guys at home, it's only Erangel, it's only Miramar for yesterday and today in this league play. And yesterday, well, if you didn't play out your 3 or 2 Miramars, you could be playing a lot more today. So we're gonna take a look actually at Miramar stats for these teams, where some of them might be playing, you know, 3 or 2 to 3 matches on it. It's a little bit rough for some teams, to be completely honest. I mean, again, not to keep harping on them, but 5 threats, you know, 500 average damage, 1.8 average elimination. Same for Vamos, though they have more damage. Like, these are numbers that you're gonna have to surpass to make it into the Super League.
For sure. And all importantly, these are the teams in the danger zone, right? These are the teams that are going to have to, well, play 2 or 3 Miramars today here to try and push themselves on. And then Miramar is still, you know, important when it comes to that Super Week. So looking at these teams and how they're playing things out right now, again, actually, you know, I had to correct myself earlier, because Team Doom did have an absolute blaster on Miramar. So that will set them in good stead going into the Super Weekend when they do have themselves 1 Miramar per time. The other 4 teams, though, here, they really need to make up that room. And so far, for Romanian Boys, maybe a rescue looks to be trying to, you know, push things today. But I mean, at this point, Max, I think we're all but done with rescue. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if they hit those averages, there's a chance they'll be making it. These 2 teams are 4 Romanian Boys, Rescue, and actually even Vamos. They're all going to be playing only 2 Miramars today, so they're going to be having their 2 Erangels also, compared to 5 threats, which is almost the low end in terms of average damage going to be seen, and also average eliminations. They are playing all 3 of them. Not the best kind of situation to be in for 5 threats. It is a little bit scary, but as you said, those hot drops, you can avoid those, just get some good placements. There's a chance they can make it. They're not that far off the bubble.
All right, well, you're talking about what teams are in and what teams are out. Let's take a look at our schedule here. We talked about Miramar, we talked about Erangel, and we will have 3 Miramars today and 2 Erangels. Now, you might be out there wondering, well, Jason, what about yesterday? Did you do this as well? No, it was the other way around. It was 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. So if you guys missed a day, well, shame on you. Don't miss a single day. At least go back and watch the VODs. But initially, Group E will be sitting out. So no Romanian Boys, no Team Doom, no Penta, and no Eastern Stars. So at least, for Team Doom, maybe this is a chance for them to just think about, do we really want to go for these drops onto some teams? The upside for them is that 4 Romanian Boys are going to be in every single match that they're playing. So that's one team off the bat that they can look to punish.
Ooh, I would not like to be for Romanian Boys in this situation, because Team Doom has shown some pretty good aggressive gameplay yesterday in particular. So if I were them, I would literally just drop on them and Vamos, and make sure that you drop both teams depending on what score they have to make sure they don't qualify. That would be the best setup for them if they want to have a chance to make in the league finals. So I really want to see it here. It's the best situation you could ask for.
Yeah, even if you don't win the overall engagement, even if you don't eliminate all 4 members, if you eliminate 1 or 2, that then hinders any opportunity for them to go out and get big points later on in the game. And that, in my mind, is a win.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I want to see more in PUBG Mobile, to be fair. I hate this. Oh, we're going to take our drop spot. Here it is. Don't come here. We'll know your drop spot. We're friends. We'll wait till late game. No, man. This is like a lot of money on the line. This is super weekend. This is finals. Like, this is potentially working towards your PMGC qualification down the line. Like, get aggressive, get dirty, play it any way you can, and hopefully we'll see it happen. But before we can hop into our first match, which is coming up right around the corner, I want to remind you guys about the PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary event happening with the AR treasure hunt. You guys can head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com. I'm not going to say any more colors. Don't worry, I'm done with it. I'm not going to mention that it's the number 4 followed by TH. It's just not. I'm just not going to mention it anymore. But you guys can win with what, 100,000 euros in prize, not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13. So we'll let you guys learn a little bit more about it. But when we come back, we're headed into our first match of the day.
And hello everybody, thank you so much to the desk for a beautiful pre-game segment, if you could call it that. But yeah, Blank, we're here and I want to get straight into it. Team Doom, I know they're not playing in this first game. Should they drop on either Vamos or 4 Romanian Boys in today's games and deny one of those teams getting into the Super Weekend?
I do think we're in a unique situation where that actually would be probably the best option for them. I think the desk touched on it lightly there, and Clarence even called it the thinking mind strategy. But I'd say it's a unique scenario because Team Doom are so safe right now in the league play. You know, if you're not doing so hot on day 1, these hot drops don't look too nice on day 2 because you're worried about getting in yourself. But there are additional factors, just like this plane path heading from the southwest to the northeast, which is very kind, but there are additional factors here at play which makes the job of Vamos and 4 Romanian Boys very, very difficult, and why Team Doom probably should drop on them at this point in time is the fact that Unicorns of Love, Real Tigers 9 and Clear Vision 16th, 17th, 19th, all those teams are in danger zone areas. But you know what else we know about these teams? They can pop off. So if you're 4 Romanian Boys and Vamos, you're no longer fighting amidst like 5 threats or rescue, these kind of teams that you can kind of rely on going underneath you. A lot of these other teams have already passed up. 5 threats are in 14 places of 18 points. Rescue obviously a non-starter here at 20th place. But Unicorns of Love, Real Tigers 9, Clear Vision, they're not likely to drop off here in the league play without at least some kind of a fight. So I do think, you know, if 4 Romanian Boys, Vamos, both don't make it into the Super Weekend, Team Doom, you know, that's a 70-point buffer for those teams. It's not huge, and it's doable for a single team over 15 games.
For now, Vamos has this first game as a little bit of a free pass, at least in the potential hot drop from Team Doom. Remains to be seen if that comes through. They're dropping in Cruise Divide. Phase 1 has popped up. It's over on the eastern side, but it's pretty complementary to the playing path.
Most teams are already in location, right? They're not bothered here. They're absolutely fine. Torre Armada currently claimed by XTEAM, but easily enough they can make their way down to that eastern side of the map. Eastern Stars not in here at the moment, so Impala is completely free. So teams like 5 Threats, 4 Romanian Men might want to take advantage of that clear space over on that side of the map. Super Young roster down towards Picardo, obviously not having like the greatest time over the past few days. And we would like to see them pump it back up again. You know, we do often have this case where a team absolutely blasts in the actual league play, but then falls off in finals. But here we've just had a team that's blasted day one and then just not really come back to tell a tale about it afterwards. It's a little bit unfortunate. Clear Vision, this is a team that I'm having an eye on during this today, actually, because, you know, this is a team that I think can bump up the rankings and can cause problems again for Vamos and for Romanian Boys. It's very, very rare, by the way, you guys at home, if you're just tuning into your first tournament ever, thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate that. But also, it's very, very rare that we see a team able to make it into one super weekend and make it into the finals in that top 16 bracket. It almost never happens, which is why we've got this very, very weird thing going on at the moment where there is 2 teams that are basically not put up much performance at all, 5 Threats and RESQ, and then 2 more teams that are very, very much in danger of not making it into the third one after only making it into one. So this could be one of the most crazy tournaments just in terms of looking at one team in particular, and that team is Team Doom.
For many men looting up Los Leonas, they've been relatively unfazed by any other team dropping in around Los Leonas throughout these Miramar games to have a little bit more comfort around that. Team Big, it seems like it's solidified a drop change. They used to drop in between Los Leonas and kind of Minas, but when FTY started to put them under pressure around that area, and they won a good few fights against Team Big. Team Big changed their drop spot to Chumisera, and overall I think it's been much more beneficial to Team Big changing up their drop spot and playing from Chumisera.
They still are in this weird phase, and I don't know if it's because of league play, and you know they're just trying to get practice in terms of team fighting, because that's going to be absolutely crucial for them coming to the finals. Because I think one of their major assets on that team is the ability to get some firepower going during these fights.
Yeah.
They do still look a little bit messy, but working on that in terms of individualistic plays, that's fine. But I do hope we start to see that coordination come back in effect in the Super Weekend, because it will really be important to them. Because sometimes I do think their rotations are sloppy. They're not always the best in the world, and they do make up for that for a lot of times, is getting into awkward scenarios, but often just battling their way out of it. Narvalo, of a nice little cheeky slide into the building and the refuel. I mean, that's not exactly how I park my car at the gas pumps, but you know, if that's what you need to do. No, I don't. I don't zoom in like Hitman. No, none of that. I mean, probably get barred from the gas station after that.
To be fair, if I could do that, I'd be just super impressed with myself. You know, because I'm not really the best of drivers, but you know,
yeah, that's fair enough.
It could be worse. It could be worse. Narvello clearly showing his skill, and Game Lord as a team, it's crazy because you talked about it. I think it was you that mentioned it yesterday. They had this day, which clearly they were having a lot of fun, but they still got a chicken dinner. They still had Victor popping up in the stats with those eliminations. It's kind of crazy that it's obvious they're not playing at 100%, but they're still able to be such a danger in these games.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, just even looking at it from a different perspective is that they are playing at 100%, but 100% of a different game at the moment, which is literally how many eliminations can we get during this one match? And that's the route they're going for, because they're not exactly going for those chicken dinners, which they are very much known for in this tournament so far, with a huge bank currently amassing filled with roasted chickens. So I think that is something that this team is just so good at it. And it is just this sweeping mentality of hitting these nice third parties. And I think that's where teams do need to watch out for Game Lord come finals is on Miramar, because if you are caught out in the middle of the action, you know, it's more than likely at some point Game Lord's going to come along. So you do not want to be bleeding for too long in these firefights, because at some point the Sharks of Game Lord, they'll smell the blood.
The Sharks of Real Tigers 9, or the Tigers of Real Tigers 9, could be smelling blood in the form of Pogba, Swat 69. He's on his own inside this area, staying absolutely quiet. Right now, Real Tigers 9 have no idea, but I feel like it's only a matter of time before they venture into every one of these buildings, finds Pogba. And it's a matter of if Pogba can at least pick up one elimination point.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the fact they haven't spotted him is very, very grateful for the guys in SWAT 69, so they should just be able to keep this guy alive. And I mean, this is kind of the difference between, you know, the fight we saw with Big yesterday, and I think it was Vamos who took down one of the players from Big and then immediately got knocked because no one else was around. So I think Pogba has made the correct decision here, is just to allow them to circle around. It's a bloody miracle that actually no one looks in that building itself and just leaves without even looting it. Yeah, very, very crazy. So interesting stuff. Rescue, on the other hand, do get their vehicle blown out. Not good for the early game, at least. When you don't have a vehicle, you still got a long ways to go. I mean, phase 1, yeah, you can get into the circle, but you're desperately needing those vehicles later on.
Their vehicle had to be blown up, but as far as I know, I don't know if it was RESQ or Unicorn's Love, but FTY have lost 2 players. I think it's RESQ. Unicorn's Love going to, yeah, it looks to be RESQ. And that's very important for RESQ. They need every single point they can get their hands on. It seems like they might be looking to play with a bit more purpose in today's games, going towards a high ground or graveyard, punishing FTY along the way. Unicorn's Love on the Minas Hill. Phase 2 is about to pop up. Please bring it heavily down south. I definitely wouldn't say no to that. It's not bad.
No, I mean, it's not so bad towards Impala, so Eastern Stars were probably pretty happy with this game. Unfortunately, they're not playing here. It was FTY who, in fact, lost the 2 players. Rescue still are keeping going with the 4, which is always nice. They were just a little bit further on the distance. I couldn't see them either, to be honest with you. SWAT 69. Pogba's still in this building on his lonesome. I don't know where the rest of SWAT 69 is. I need to have a quick look. I think they're all making their way down from that northern side, that northern road past Hacienda del Patron. And Pogba has kind of gone on this scouting mission and tried to drop the anchor, but it's one of those cases where, you know, SWAT 69 seem to buy a lot of chain, but not a lot of actual firepower in terms of the horsepower in the cars, at least. So Pogba's pretty far away in the anchor, trying to bring the team over to him, but with Schofield, as well as one more teammate down for them, SWAT 69's games, or at least their performance, is not looking good here.
As of right now, SWAT 69 currently lie 11th with 27 points. So definitely in one of the safer spots right now in League Week 3. Give them another 10, 11 points across these 4 games. They should be good to go for this 3rd Super Weekend. 5 threats, definitely in a very safe spot. They did drop to the east of Los Leones, so they didn't even have that far to travel to make it into an even stronger spot outside of Los Leones in this phase 2. Shockwave taking advantage as they swing around. Shockwave made an interesting, although Shockwave-esque drop in Los Higos and prison area of the South Island. It's benefited them in this game because there's less traffic around, but it was just a bit of an observation, that Shockwave drop coming through Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, that Los Higos drop is sometimes quite popular, especially international tournaments, but I think in most international tournaments, and Max will know about this one, with, I believe it was RRQ, who constantly got held out on the Los Higos bridge on the eastern side. And a lot of that was attributed to Max, but in my opinion, I think it was a case of just complete stubbornness from that team and not able to quite get their way through. But I'm sure Max remembers regardless. XTEAM looking to come up against Game Lord. I mean, they've had a better league play here than the last one, certainly. after not making it into the second Super Weekend.
A lot more confident, but it's not looking too confident so far as Zaza gets dropped. Okay, Nordy talked about it. They're having a hell of a lot of fun. 100% fun at that. Will the fun be in the fight? Robs pushes forward to join up with Victor, giving that level of support in towards the sidelines. The angle for Novello is perfect to punish XTEAM from behind. Gamer just one step ahead.
Yeah, they're a very cheeky team in terms of you don't really know what's happening next, but Gamelaw's constantly setting up for the next barrage of bullets that's coming through. Bimmy last alive, but does find a lot there, but Narvalo from the back will pick him up. This is just fantastic stuff. It's so hard to take down the players from Gamelord, especially with the setups that they're able to make on the fly in a fight. And I think that's what makes them so strong, is they're such a creative team when it comes to these engagements, and they're able to set things up very nicely, so it always swings back in their favor. Unfortunately, the circle does not swing up their way, does swing downwards, and this will be in favor of 5 threats. Shockwave obviously moving up on that eastern coast, Vamos similarly moving down on the eastern coast. Without Eastern Stars here, does make that rotation a lot easier, but this is a game that Vamos needs to start strong on, because if they do dwindle on this first game of the day with only 3 left, you know, that possibility for Team Doom to leapfrog everyone becomes even more real.
Great minds think alike, Blank. I was just looking at how Vamos were rotating and thinking, okay, they need to take full advantage of this. Clear vision. I think that last player, SWAT 69, is still in these buildings. One of the last players of SWAT 69, yet to be spotted out. He has switched up building at least. But once again, another team crashes in. His heart's racing. His hands are sweating. But he hasn't been called out. He's going to look to get the knockoff, and he does find Hamodi.
Goodness me. Finds at least one of them. Samuel's shooting in the wrong direction. There's anything that Pogba knows how to do. Is keep on the move. Moves to a new position behind the door. Will go for the stims here to keep himself nice and healthy. But with this blue ticking away, you know, the fight, again, on a timer here, but Pogba gets clearly taken out of a nice nade around the door here, and will be finally sent away to the underworld.
He probably shouldn't have taken shots. Let's be fair. Clear vision, we're disengaging away from the buildings. I know Pogba, I suppose his thought process was, I don't have a vehicle. I'm far away from the circle. I'm better off trying to go for an elimination point. This time around, it didn't work out.
Yeah, he's not able to confirm there. And I think that Samo, although wasn't shooting in the right direction, it did suppress the player from going for the immediate flush afterwards. And I think that is the, you know, the crucial part of that play. And luckily he's able to pick up the player with the nade afterwards. So Samo really was able to keep that one player under control. For Romanian Men, like we said earlier, on the north side of Los Leones, which gives them a nice bit of high ground to play around with. For Romanian Men, you've got Redox on top of the shack currently. Just giving it the moonwalk back and forth, trying to keep himself on the move, you know, fancy feet, make sure no one's hitting those bullets over towards his direction.
I really don't like how Real Tigers 9 have themselves set up, but this, to me, is never really that much of a comfortable spot to be. Where Super Young roster is, because you have a couple of hard buildings, so you have the anchor point, and you're able to then use that anchor point to then spread out a little bit more heavily. They even have one on the other side of the road. But Real Tigers 9, with 4 Romanian Men on that northern high ground above, the next circle is about to pop up. It does center on the 3 teams we've just been talking about. But once again, Real Tigers 9, they should be taking a step back and now focusing on what is going on behind them, or what will be going on behind them.
I think that is the big call, right? And it is very difficult in this area, though, with that northeast side practically being mainly just open-fielded ground. And then you come over this western side where it's just all rocky and craggy and high ground everywhere. Like, you need to get elevation and find it quickly. For Romanian Men, luckily, being on that north side of Los Leones, they're happily situated now. It is big that they'll have to deal with. Tongjibao currently taking apart giants, nano at a time.
But it's 2 fights at once, because 2 of their players, Yiz and Lanex, are also kind of engaging in around the players of 5 threats. Now they do lose a player. But yeah, it's kind of two fights at once, and that's a TJB split.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, it's the fact that they're winning at least one of these fights right now. Years looks for one more player, and Luna does hit the drop shot. Unfortunately, will not be able to get the comeback there. And yeah, this is a TJB split all over the place. Luna does go down, but not before they get at least one knock. They do finish off Giants. Goodness me, this is the
Wow.
weird thing about TJB, is that it is so obvious that they are a very, very good team. So why do these things keep happening, and why do they feel like they can take two 2v4s at the same time? It blows my mind.
I'm still trying to trust the process. I'm still trying to, and this is a wrestling term, let it play out, right? And that the long-term narrative of TJB's objective when it comes to the finals will come to fruition. But I do understand your concern, as there's no concern for Unicorns Love. They look to pick apart the players of Clear Vision, and that's going to be them whittled down. Unicorns Love coming into today's games down in 19th, 3 elimination points. That's a third already in just this one game.
Yeah, so they're trying to bring things back up to speed, and that's fair play, and that's the prophecy that I was looking for, is that Clear Vision, Real Tigers 9, and Unicorns will all start pumping today and make things very difficult for Vamos and for Romanian Boys. Luckily for Vamos, they are still in this game. However, they're on the other side of the road, over towards that eastern side of the map. And you can see right here, crossing this road is going to be horrendous for them. Already, 5 threats, though, from the high ground will take down one of their players, which makes this crossing even more difficult.
So many angles of pressure. Swat 69 go down. Talon is able to pick up what is arguably a little bit of a free elimination point in this situation. Sorry, Swat 69, but that's the way it was. You're kind of running in from the blue, a little bit higgledy-piggledy, and paid the ultimate price. Nothing really you could do about it. Vamos do get the revive, I believe, onto Costi, so they're still up as a full squad. But again, the pressure is still on. They're just in the edge of the circle, but they're going up against Game Lord, Blank. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's unideal, right, on this side of the map. And I mean, already Victor has this off angle over towards that northeast side. Circle does move up. And once again, it's kind of it's the exact same problem we saw from this last circle, just minimized slightly, where you have the elevated ground up towards this western side with a road down the middle, but then also practically, I would say 40% of this circle is just unplayable zone. And if you want to head towards the northeast, it's just a last-ditch effort. And I imagine that's where a lot of these teams with only 2 players remaining will end up.
And this is perfect to an extent for Game Lord, because they can, even though there is a potential of third parties from other angles, they can push on Vamos in the right way, clear them out, and then they have their backs covered. But the pinches coming in from 5 threats, they stayed on the other side of the road. Terminus gets a knock into Lawrence, and it's going from bad to worse for Vamos. I believe they're down to just 1 player right now, Florin. He's on his own. He gets inside the buggy. I don't know how long he's gonna survive for. He's gonna make it on through, maybe play into the fields. He's going a little bit wild. No, he's on the side of the road, looks for 5 threats, gets his second knock. That's good, but can't tell him respond.
Really trying to get these sprays coming through right now, but Florin responding nicely. Luckily for Talon, though, he has a full vehicle in his front to keep himself nice and healthy. And Vamos going down 11th place, 0 limbs, no points, Imperium. Oh, dear me, that is not good for Vamos. I think that was 1 elimination they got through at the end there. But dear me, not a good start for Vamos at all today. On the other hand, you got Unicorns of Love starting to move up, 5 threats as well with the 3 eliminations. You know, they're continuing to push up the standings. They don't want to drop down any further. Clear Visions do go down in 3rd place, so a team that's struggling down towards the bottom of the tables. But honestly, I think Vamos was the big one here, considering 4 Romanian Boys and Team Doom are in rescue equally going down. Oh dear, the Team Doom prophecy. Will it come true?
It's even worse for Vamos because it was 5 threats to take them down.
Yeah.
Either way, this game goes on, and Super Young Rosser picks a knock onto one of the Game Lord players, Narvello, inside the hay bales. And just as you said 2 to 3 minutes ago, there's absolutely nothing in those fields for you to really stay protected from. Yes, smokes will work, but that only lasts for small period of time, a hay bale might work, but with the amount of angles of different teams around, where there's Shockwave, Super and Ross, or even Real Tigers 9, this is nearly done for Game Lord, and there it goes.
Yeah, I mean, they got their elimination points this game. I mean, they're qualifying purely off the back of not placements, but instead elims. And if that's what they want to do, that's fine. You know, you're getting 6 points per game just that way. Hats off to you. It works. It really, really does. Circle heads right down to the south. So very, very nasty hard shift here. But Shockwave are going to be happy with this one. Lost Higos up to here, playing on the eastern side. It's been rough for them, but finally been handed a bone, which they'll gnaw on happily down towards this southeast side.
5 threats go down, but I believe they picked up about 4 to 5 elimination points, so it will complement it to an extent. This circle shift is great for Super Young Roster, because once they clear the backs of the players in the open field behind them, they can play that high ground on the edge of the road to peek up, shoot towards Shockwave, TJB, and for Romanian Men.
I think it's difficult for Super Young Roster though, because you have to imagine that crossing this road and then getting up the hillside in the first place is going to be difficult. And if I'm Real Tigers 9, I am basically just waiting for Super Young Roster to move.
Yes.
And if Real Tigers 9 can actually make it across the road, yeah, I know they're depleted in terms of members on that team at the moment. They can make it across the road, unbeknownst to 4 Romanian Men. They might be able to give Super Young Roster a really terrible time here. Luckily, though, Alendo, this man with the golden eye, is able to hit the shots from across the world. Does take down Victor off in the distance.
Beautiful by Redox, connects onto lane. Yes, it's traded, but still, I believe the damage is being done by 4 Romanian Men. Sarah. 2 players left alive. Sarah with the nade gets knocked into GK. Du's gonna finish that off. Unicorns will have Do go down. It's Super Young Roster to focus on what was kind of going on behind them, because that is the priority. Clear out your backs, then focus on what's in front. And Real Tigers 9 starting to make a move.
Langx just sends it away here. He sees the grenades coming through. Real Tigers 9, like I say, go down. 4 eliminations for them. Super Young Roster did clear them out, but not before a very nasty crash onto their team, which dropped them very, very low in terms of players. So Real Tigers 9, despite only having 2, were able to hit something magical on that crash. Unfortunately, just didn't have the players to make it happen. Now, 4 Romanian Men have had a bloody good game here from the northern side of Los Leones. I think they've really leveraged it. Unfortunately, down to 3 players. Looks like the stims are slightly low, but coming up against Shockwave now. 3 eliminations. They've slowly cruised their way into this endgame.
The opposite is to be said for Shockwave. They kept their hands relatively clean in this game so far. It's the Shockwave way, right? Drop as a full squad, but now they can get a little bit down and dirty in the high ground of Miramar. Looks to push on in towards 4 Romanian Men. So playing out, Do is going to get 1 knock. It's not really being traded. That's important for 4 Romanian Men in the fight to keep this game win alive. Sarah on Terminus. It's going horribly wrong for Shockwave. You maybe stayed a little bit too quiet. Bit rusty inside this game. Seiko and Nightmare, 2 players left up.
This is what Super Young Roster is very, very good at, is picking their moments. They're starting to crest the hillside, tossing nades over the top. 4 Romanian Men have taken 1 knock here in Sarah, but Shockwave is just so far out in the open. That is what's really taken them down. Already, though, Super Young Roster with beautiful setup here, Imperium.
This is so good for Super Young Roster. You hit the nail on the head. Their timing is impeccable. Now, 4 Romanian Men gets a revive onto Sarah, but with Redox down, it's going to be so much harder to recover from this. The circle shifts over to the east, away from primarily all 3 of these teams. Yes, Shockwave are closest to the edge of the circle, but when they have 2 teams looking at them, they can't really turn their backs around, and Super Young Roster are going to use the low ground down on the side of the road to make it into the edge of the circle and get 1 step ahead. A Shockwave. This is so good for Super Young Roster. Tamdown gets a knock on Seiko. Methodical stuff, Blank.
And this is a smoke play that I wanted to see before. I mean, they cover their approach really, really well here. Nightmare doing his best to put down this team, finds at least 1, but Hamodi has to stand up tall for the rest of the team and will squad wipe the guys from Shockwave. Now, Tam Hamodi still alive. Before Romanian Men, they're still looking to close out this game with the high ground. They might have a chance to do it.
Zero will not get revived. We're looking at a 2v2. Tamtam's going to pick the shot onto Do. doesn't really connect with the and as he drives forward, the high ground is looking to be played on the advantage, but Tam Tam gets the knock, the second comes through, and that's going to be a super young roster chicken dinner.
I mean, look, Dewey's shots there, very, very unfortunate. That's just one of the cases where you've got the spray on, you're not aiming down sights, and the bullets are just painting a pretty little figure around the guy's head, or as I like to say it, a little rainbow. So very unfortunate that he wasn't able to hit those shots there in the end game. But I did think for Romanian Men took a very, very good approach, because it's the exact same as Super Young roster in the sense that, you know, we're going to run up the top side whilst we hear that fighting going on. For Romanian Men are like, we are not going to sit back and just die after this fight concludes. We're going to try and coast over the top and get high ground after Shockwave do get finally taken out. So very, very well done. Unfortunately for them, Super Young roster was just on fire this game with 11 eliminations, a very good spot early on in the game, and then using everything that they could to find that chicken dinner. I think this is one of the most deserved chicken dinners I've seen this league play.
Sure. It was really beautifully choreographed from Super Young roster. They knew exactly what they were doing in the late stages in the last 3 to 4 minutes of the game. Yes, the majority of their elimination points came from those essentially last 3 fights between Shockwave, for Romanian Men, and Real Tiger Zion. But sometimes that's the case. It's all about what you do with your position and what you do in that moment, and it was so well executed by Super Young roster. They weren't the only team though in the round report. Blank, Hamodi, Akashi, looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Akashi had one of my favorite nade limbs from that game, which is probably where he got most of these runs, which was he just tossed it over the top towards Vamos and then went to heal his teammate. So just, it was the fadeaway grenade into the res, and you just saw the damage numbers pop on his screen and then see the knock in the kill feed. That made me extremely happy to look at, to be honest with you. But again, Game Lord, they're just feeling it. I do think that if they get into the finals and they're not in at least top 2, I'll be extremely disappointed, because at the moment it looks like they are running away with this tournament.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Let's take a 2 break off the back of a wonderful Super Young roster chicken dinner.
Fresh on the scout with a buggy, drops out of it as well. Ali wants to fall back, wants to reload here as Fresh pushes onto position. Nice spray, but not going to be enough there. Ali able to
It's going to be all the time doing the damage. We can see also the players from the XTEAM, they get a hit as well.
All they can do is dance around, and Reznov has a sliver of health, and they're chasing him.
Yeah, true. They will just go for it. They're hunting Definite 4 versus Resny, and there we go.
for Chazmak to actually stop them from pushing onto position. All these teams have to move out towards them, and SKP took a very dominant position nice and early, especially knowing that there's still a fight going on. This though, running around in the open, you know, Jamas might have his back to a wall, but it doesn't really matter if you're playing that. But SKP, it's more than certainly over here. So Octavian with this PUBGM, is it going to be the best thing to use in this situation?
The end of the world. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's not going to play well for you. Does get a knock on the way down though. So again, SKP though, they're taking their own fight with Game Lord.
Decode UK picking up Severity, knowing that Big's not in the game. It's decent here. SKP trying to fend off against their Sirens the minute. Luna will go down as Hamodi just swings in there for Ryan.
Well, we talked about super young roster earlier on today, saying they're just playing for placements, trying to get themselves up there to make sure they're into the super weekend. They had a lot of placements compared to eliminations. Well, now that's gone completely out the window. They close things out. They get themselves a chicken dinner.
That's right. Yeah. You see, this is why
I was committed to the victory. And they get themselves through the super weekend.
That was aggressive, Jason, I think is fair to say. But, you know, likewise from super young roster, pretty cool, pretty aggressive in some of those final moments. Really nice to see as they were kind of taking those fights that were a little bit chaotic towards the end, but they do come out on top with things. I hope that never happens again. That was...
I committed, like Maxman committed to chugging those 3 vials of Monster yesterday. All right.
I just want to add in front of that is like, what happens when you chew 5 gums and it's just a clip of you just running your head around? I don't know.
Well, let's take a look at the results though from the last match, because not only did super young roster do exceptionally well in that game, so did 4 Romanian Men, finishing off in second, getting some good eliminations behind them. Another team out there I was looking towards was Game Lord with their 9 eliminations very early on, just challenging out on against teams, and even TJB with 8 themselves. So some teams really stepping up here and getting some good elims, but I'd say also just really putting pressure on the lobby with them just hunting these elims.
Yeah, I mean, hunting the elims, Game Lord caused a lot of ruckus on the eastern side, right? Because they took a fight versus, I think it was both Vamos, it was actually, I got the map here, it's Vamos and also 5 Threats, 2 teams that are currently fighting to remain in that top 16 for Super Weekend 3. So they caused a lot of issues for a lot of these bottom teams. So yeah, and Game Lord don't even care about those teams because they're not really a threat to them right now, are they? So they're just like, yeah, we're just going for eliminations. If we cause you issues, well, tough luck, that seemed like a you problem. And it was a them problem, apparently, yeah.
Sounds like you're not wrong.
Oh dear me. But well, yeah, go on.
What is a little bit worrisome though, James, is that you can see Unicorns love getting 8 points. Now they were outside of top 16. If you're one of those teams trying to qualify for your first super weekend, well, this is one of those teams you really want to, well, potentially keep out to secure your spot. However, this also does mean Unicorns Love could potentially push Vamos out even further, could push Romanian Boys out. So maybe 5 Threads, Team Doom could actually be happy about Unicorns Love. It just depends, I guess, on which side of the fence you're standing on.
Yeah, they're definitely not one that you want to be seeing get too many points, I think, for some of those teams down towards the bottom, because right now Unicorns Loves is one of those teams that in league play has been really up and down, and you would like to see them just constantly be on that downturn here, considering the limited amount of spots that are available. As teams like RESQ, teams like Vamos not getting that many points in this game, it's gonna hurt their campaigns with some of these other teams around them getting points.
3 matches left to go for these teams, Max. It's basically do or die time. If you don't qualify here in the Super Weekend, you're for sure out, because these 2 teams are still out of top 16 at the moment. X team 0 points, but again, they're not really too worried. I believe FTY as well. I mean, they're top of the table. At least they were. Giants as well, not too big of a deal. So technically, for these teams who are trying to get those points to qualify, this is actually really good because you have the ability to pick up points from these teams. However, obviously the teams that you're competing against were able to get points themselves. So 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, at least you don't have too much of that, you know, point sponge we saw in the last league plays, where you'd have your Game Lords on top, Unicorns of Love getting a lot of eliminations, such and such. You're not really seeing that, so it does open up a way wider opportunity for some of these to push their way into the top 16 and to get more eliminations, more points. We saw that coming out from Shockwave, which is a team that typically struggles a little bit more to get to that late game. They made it happen there. You saw it happen from SY that did struggle a little bit in the past. Like there's that chance that teams could actually get a lot more points, and that estimated, you know, point bubble we saw earlier, which was 38, because you don't have that many points towards the top, it could be a little bit more elevated. So teams might even need to do actually a little bit more than what was initially expected.
Okay. Well, you talked about super young roster here. Let's actually dive into their player stats, see who really stood out for the team, who was unfortunately lacking for the team a little bit. And to be fair, no one was really lacking at all, which is nice to see out of super young roster. Max, I believe you said at the start of the day, where was the team we saw in the first week of league play? Well, maybe, just maybe, there's hints of them coming back.
Yeah, I mean, we said it right. It was a lot of placement points initially, and here the elimination just coming in big time. It's good to see, Jason, and especially them taking control. I think that's something we really haven't seen in the past 2 weeks, right, Kalaras? Them actually taking control, pushing against 2 teams when they know they have the terrain advantage, and really making sure that chicken dinner is going to be theirs. Sure, they were not center circle the entire time and being super present, but at the end to secure that win, they did the perfect move for them to for that to happen. So heads up to SYI. I hope we can see more of that.
Yeah, the position that they were in, the dip that they actually took in towards some of the later circles is a really powerful little spot to have. But of course, that circle shifted a bit south of them, and then they had to really bring the fight to the other teams that were maybe a little bit preoccupied with each other for moments there. But I will say that SYR taking the fight, going up against Shockwave, and then for Romanian Men, really, really nicely done, considering that they didn't have high ground advantage whilst pushing up against that. And actually, for a lot of those final moments, nobody really was in the circle. They understood that, the circle was very, very open. You just have to take those fights and get the eliminations to secure the victory.
Okay, well, you're talking about 4 Romanian Men. Let's maybe see their player stats then, see who was standing out for their roster. We can see here Redox, 816 damage being done. Very, very important. But one thing I will say is, maybe I'm being too harsh, but I'm kind of disappointed with Rana over the course of the season, because I feel like he was one of the strong players. If you think back to like the Nexus days and stuff, I feel like he was a stronger player than we've been able to see so far.
It's so weird because at the start of the season, I think I did allude to this, this is a team that was really hyped to see how they could perform, because taking all these really strong players that we mentioned multiple times last season, right, and just having them all together. You got players from Romanian Boys, got play also from the old Nexus in especially Rana that you mentioned. I was expecting this team to be a potential top 5 contender. That did fall off pretty significantly after, which is a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, from Rana in particular, we haven't seen too much. I think Sarah from time to time does have some good moments. The 2 players that really stand out the most and the most consistently in particular, for me, it's Do and Redox that were the 2 standout players on the team when they were announced initially. So yeah, I do hope to see a little bit more, but they've been extremely consistent throughout yesterday, and with the amount of points they got this game, and how many points FTY had before this, and knowing they got almost no points, if 0, if I'm not mistaken. Are they in a top 3 podium? Are they even maybe in first place? I think there's a chance for Romanian Men actually are towards that top position currently.
They'll be at quite a high spot, I think, for sure here. So it's good for them to see that. I mean, what you were saying about the numbers...
first place, Max.
Oh,
nice.
Okay, great.
So what you were saying about the numbers in regards to these guys, I would have to agree slightly with the Rana situation. Over the course of the tournament so far, if you look at the overall numbers coming in from the guys, for Romanian Men, Redox is number 1 in terms of eliminations, and Sarah's number 2. Then we have Do, and then we move down to Rana. So yeah, there is definitely a little fall off there. However, I think the team as a whole has performed reasonably well here at the tournament.
I actually, and I don't mean for this to sound negative in any way necessarily, but I kind of miss Dexter when we saw them back on the Nexus Gaming roster, because Dexter was like one of those players that really helped them excel. He was basically like the GK first of Nexus, in my opinion. He was always the one getting the eliminations, the one applying the pressure. I don't know what happened with him. I don't know if he's still around playing. I don't know if he retired or what, but unfortunately he's not a part of this roster. But we gotta move on, just like he's moved on from the team. We gotta talk about the schedule coming up next. We got Erangel as our second match of the day, and Group D will be sitting out. So you can see at the very top which groups will be sitting out according to which letters grayed out. And then we'll be heading back to Miramar and Erangel Miramar once again. So 5 Threats not going to be here. Giants not going to be here. Shockwave and TJB. So 5 Threats, like, this is your time, man. Like, you're going to sit out a game, regroup, refocus. You have 3 matches left to go. You have to perform. This is like it. This is where you can either rise, become a champion, or that pressure keeps you a coal and you don't turn into a diamond.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be down to analyzing exactly after this game how the leaderboards look like, right? If there's an opportunity that arises after this game, maybe go for it. But that Team Doom, sneaky Team Doom, I still think it's going to happen here, Jason. I don't know when, but I believe one game it's going to be a hot drop and it's going to go haywire. So we'll have to see.
Guilty pleasure.
That hot drop would be a guilty pleasure, I'm not gonna lie, because I want to see these happen. I want to see these strategic games and going for it, trying to put the fate in your own hands instead of leaving it up to the other teams in the lobby. But our fate, well, it's pretty much over now, as we gotta head to our commentators. I don't know why our fate's over. We're still gonna be alive, we're still gonna be breathing, we're still gonna be back after the next match anyways. But for now, let's go to our casters. Take it away.
Hi, how you doing? I can't hear anything that's going on anymore. I'll take those back up.
Okay, okay, I'm done. Well. I'm done. Beautiful, John. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting it. You should have told me we could have done it together, but either way, yeah, game 2. The big question on all of our heads, John, at least in mine, is Team Doom gonna drop on Vamos? I spoke to Blank about it, and I'm curious in your thoughts. Do you think they should be dropping a Vamos?
I feel like in these scenarios, normally in my mind, what I would advise, well, I mean advise, right? That's a bit rich coming from me. What I would say is that I would favor a strategy of just put yourself in the best position possible that you can be by playing the strongest game that you think you can. Because sure, you can drop on other teams like that, but in the end, it's about how many points you have on your total.
True,
as well.
But Team Doom are secure.
Yeah, a little bit more secure, perhaps. Although 45, we have seen the bubble go up that high. I don't expect it to go that far today. And as we saw earlier, the estimated bubble currently sits at around 38 points, right? It's a very northern plane path at the start. I mean, I guess you could see it. I guess you could. But the question is, are they, first of all, theory crafting around that? And second of all, are they game for it, right? And well, I think that's the question.
Team Vamos,
that's new.
They expected a hot drop by Team Doom because they've gone to Zarky. I've never ever seen Vamos go to Zarky. It's not like that Rozhawk split is out of the path line of this plane path, right? They really believe that Team Doom are going to drop on them. That's why they switched up Zarky. It makes sense because Shockwave as well aren't in the lobby, so that area is technically open. This is interesting. I appreciate the fact that Vamos are switching up their drop spot in the anticipation of it happening. Unfortunately, Team Doom didn't even attempt to go. Well, wait, they could be, because for Romanian Boys, they've dropped in Kameshki. Doom are dropping towards Kameshki. If it's not Vamos, it could be 4 Romanian Boys.
Well, I mean, fair enough. It could be two different teams that we were going to be looking at there. So a very interesting northern part of this map. We get a northern plane, a northern circle as well now. So a lot of interesting maneuvers going to be happening. You have to question, are teams like Swat 69 currently on your screen, PENTA normally dropping on the military island, going to go there again, only to have to cross back, guaranteed in the next phase. That's some excellent unity coming through from the Swat 69 costumes.
Oh, wow, I didn't even notice that.
That wardrobe department really working overtime, pulling shifts.
They may not be playing well as a team, but they're dressing well as a team at least. And hey, it won't give you points, but it gives you style points at least, metaphorically. I think the reason why PENTA went to Pachinki as well is because Giants aren't in this game, and it certainly made sense for the plane path to go, okay, well, we'll go to Pachinki. There was technically a bit of a risk because of there could have been another team going there, but PENTA made the right call. It's worked out for them. For Team Doom, I'm going to look into this way deeper than it probably is the case. I think the reason why they could be targeting 4 Romanian Boys in these games today is because they could consider Vamos less of a threat in the Super Weekend. So if they target 4 Romanian Boys, which they might believe to be an arguably stronger team in the Super Weekends, taking out the stronger team for the 3rd Super Weekend also potentially makes their job, their journey, their fight for the finals that little bit easier.
You might be right. Might be too deep. We'll see.
Yeah, I know.
It's it's very difficult to know what's going through the minds of these players. I mean, certainly
Definitely.
for us, and even more so for their opponents, right? So we'll have to wait and see how things unfold moving forward. Pachinki being taken up by PENTA. Without Giants here, they're going to be pretty chuffed with that one.
Wild split coming out from FTY, where they one player in RESQ. I don't know if that was maybe a little bit of a glitch or if that was an intentional thing because of the playing path. And the rest of the team has split up down south around that farm area. It's kind of worked out with phase 1 popping up because it allows Addis, who's in RESQ on his own, to grab some information and to give that over to the rest of his team and kind of say, hey, they should know Clear Vision are in school apartments, because that's always been their split, but it still will allow him to hopefully make it easier for the rest of his team to play a little bit deeper into phase 2, phase 3 if they want to.
Going to give themselves that staging platform to try and leapfrog into those next stages. Super Young roster split on the southwest coast, just a little bit. Elendo further up the coast. At the moment, Primorsk really currently controlled by them. They went out down south on the early side of the plane path, so that southern rotation didn't really cut too much out of their rotation cake, if you will. And they will have the chance to move back up north fairly soon, but they should be getting that looting done as quick as possible because they don't have a lot of time to play with. Eastern Stars, North George, early drop. They should be absolutely ready to go right now.
Yeah, no TJB in the lobby, so it made sense for them to go there. I really appreciate that a lot of teams, and it's becoming more common. Obviously, we're pretty well into this PMPL format, but I always remember when it first started, teams weren't really understanding or they weren't wrapping their heads around the opportunities to adapt the drop swap based on teams in different groups. We're seeing it a lot more common now, and Team Doom, they're on the hunt for 4 Romanian boys. This is spicy. This is what I want to see.
Make that 3 Romanian boys. We're counting them down at the moment as Team Doom are able to pick that one up and get the elimination onto Kemi as well, a crucial player in the 4 Romanian boys roster.
Oh, this is so good. The 4 Romanian boys are by no means safe from this area. They're still hanging around the northern edge of the circle, just down south of Stalbar, and Team Doom very close by. They smell blood. Their prey is close by, and they're certainly looking for more. In other areas of the map, Clear Vision have exited school apartments, which I genuinely think is good to see, because at times I feel like they hang around that area for a little bit too long, and in this kind of circle I thought that might have been the case. They're sending themselves north of the circle. Another one of FTY players has joined up with Addis, so that kind of anchor point has worked out for the time being, and PENTA moved from Pachinki over to Watertown, which is more of their normalized drop spot in these Erangel games.
Team Doom not letting this one lie. 4 Romanian boys still very much in danger. If nothing else, this will slow down the rotations of both. Well, to be fair, both of these teams moving forwards.
True.
Team Doom looking to strike out first, get ahead of the game with 3 players on the enemy team as well that's close by to you. You know that you're going to have the majority of the firepower in these situations. They look to move into this compound on the northern coast.
And not just the firepower, but the psychology, right? The mentality, the confidence aspect. They know now. They sent that message for 4 Romanian boys. Even if 4 Romanian boys are in a position to take shots onto Doom, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to. So this is so positive for Team Doom leading into phase 2, phase 3 off the back of that elimination point. They don't need to continue hunting, because the message is already there coming into the later stages of the game. RESQ on the very northern tip of the, on the very southern tip of the northern side of the water. It's a good place to be across from RESQ. Gives them a lot of information. The Unicorns of Love getting very close to Game Lord. Or is it the other way around? Or Game Lord maybe looking to send a bit of a message to Unicorns of Love coming into his 3rd Super Weekend? Because Game Lord don't normally rotate south of Yasnaya, especially in these kind of circles.
There is potential arguments, I suppose, for the path being better to sort of swing down and play from behind, but you might be right. They might be looking to cut off those rotations from teams to the south and clear out the area that's sort of around there. I think we saw them do something similar on a couple of different circles, right, where they took fights specifically to clear their side of the circle moving forwards. So I have to wait and see if that's going to work out for them, or if that was their strategy in the first place. Big spotting Eastern Stars across the way. Mate, he already down.
It's good for Eastern Stars. Yeah, had a great final game of yesterday to shoot them up into the standings and make today's games a lot easier. I think Blank was on the money when he kind of talked about Big and how their positions and sometimes their rotations are very weird. They're able to get past it with these firefights, but when you're going up against a team like Eastern Stars, it does become a little bit harder. Octavian's down, Doran's on his own. It becomes a tiny bit easier for Mizzaro. He turns his back, he's going to take a couple of shots in the background.
Zaro needs to fend off Doran on the high ground and will be able to do so to keep Big in this for now. Kapahala moving in for Eastern Stars. 2 players down, 2 players standing. There is backup coming through. You can see the vehicle on the move. Coming in at this on that flank, and he rolls straight on up. Only 1 res is going to be possible. Eastern Stars won't let any more time elapse. At this, over the crest, Kapahala biding time, controlling ground, and they move forwards. At this, takes the first set of shots, but takes a lot of damage in response. Mazzaro didn't even manage to get 1 res though, and Kapahala, falls at this there as well, and he takes him down. It's Mazzaro staying tall. Mazzaro stands for Big. 3 players alive, and the Eastern Stars falter.
Oh my God! How? Just kind of how, right? That shouldn't have happened to an extent. I really appreciate Eastern Stars spread and losing 2 players. I don't think Doran should have pushed on that on his own, by the way, when he still had teammates around him. All he had to do was slow Mazzaro down. So that was one big mistake from Eastern Stars. But at the end of the day, Mazzaro, the ability to just clutch it up like that, there is a big reason why he was picked up by the big roster. I know he's formerly played with me and Beast, but along with Swave, he's just proving himself this time, and he's proved it before. That's crazy. And he even gets big up as a 3-person team.
Unicorns of Love being peppered by Treason right now. They are down to 3 players. They did lose, I believe that's Reznov that they lost earlier. Victor on a flank. Game Lord slowing themselves down as well, but the Unicorns of Love looking to get out of dodge here. And out of dodge in the overall standings. Alicio down and out in the open fields. You're not getting that one back up. Victor looks for that secondary spray, but the reload needs to come through, and Daddy's sending for the hills. They want to stay alive in this one. Unicorns of Love with 2. Icy crossing that same field, but has to turn tail, head a different direction.
Trazen's hunting. He's on the prowl. And I really think this is a targeted approach by Game Lord. You can see with how they're pushing Unicorns Love. And there's another reason why I kind of brought that into the mix, by the way, when I saw it initially. Because from my interview with Daddy, which you can check out over on my Instagram at EVT_Imperial, no judge, wink, wink. But on my interview with Daddy, one of the things he talked about is from doing analysis and watching back on the VODs, he understands and he knows, or he believes he knows, how Game Lord rotate in these Erangel games. And he was saying that Game Lord 9 times out of 10 rotate up from the northern side of Yasnaya. They rotate through the north. And I think Game Lord maybe became aware of that just from their own evaluating and their own VOD review. And it seems like they're looking to kind of send that message to Unicorns Love to say, hey, we are unpredictable. You cannot read us as easily as you think.
Seems like a weird bit of information to give away in an interview, right? Like it feels like you shouldn't be saying that sort of thing. It's like, oh, I know their strategy is this, and then immediately they can just address that and change it. I mean, sure.
Well, I believe that part of the interview hasn't been put on my Instagram yet because I wanted to wait a bit in that regard. But as it was on an interview on the record, I thought it was least positive to say now and give context behind what I believe is a specific approach from Game Lord in this game.
I mean, it might not even been directed at Unicorns of Love. They might have just decided, right, we're going to move south and cut off a team and hunt them down, get some eliminations, and get that done. I mean, it's difficult to tell. Maybe they're targeting Unicorns. Maybe they are. But either way, Unicorns down to 1, out in the blue as well, with a tough road ahead. 15 teams remain. Real Tigers 9 at the moment on the eastern end of RESQ, on that little bit of high ground that sits there with a couple of those buildings. A decent spot. This next circle moved south and does actually have a lot of this river in it.
Yeah, with all of the craziness going on, we didn't really have much of a chance to talk about these circles, and you're dead right. Phase 3 shifting down south, so RESQ is a bit of a prime location for a number of these teams. FTY already had Addis in there. The rest of the team joined up, and Addis gets a knock into 0. Real Tigers 9 are on the east, and in my opinion, out of the 3 teams, Real Tigers 9 has the best position.
For Romanian Men. Popping the nades in. Want to take on Clear Visions up the top. Alking, last player standing. Get rid of the squad. You open up some area. A nade up to the roof. Just isolating these positions again. Forcing Alking to play happy feet. Dodge those nades. Pops it into that stairwell. 2 players from 4 Romanian Men. Not moving up quite together just yet, but pre-firing the corners. Alking moves behind, knows he needs to take that trade. A nice adjustment and a little bit of damage sent in. Turns the corner, but it's not going to be enough. Finds 1, but the body block is good. 4 Romanian Men take out Clear Visions.
Oh, but they're going to have to be careful. Game Lord are swinging in from the north, which they do eventually go on the other side of the river. Phase 4 did shift away, and it's gone massively over to the west. And John, look, this becomes now less analytical and more whatever the teams can do to pick up a couple of points, fair play to them, because there's very little you can do in this kind of circle bar sending it into Watertown and hoping for the best.
I mean, you get in the water potentially for the river. Just try and swim it out. Positions on the river island right now are at an all-time premium. Everybody who can get across is going to be good if they can stay alive. But there's so many teams also looking that direction that making that crossing is deadly.
It is indeed, and we're going to see a lot of teams converge and try their best to lock down an edge of circle position, even though those in itself are a little bit out in the open. It technically allows you to have your back covered a bit more. Easier said than done. Big are going to send it in towards Super Young roster. By the way, XTEAM did push it in towards the buildings across from Watertown, and it's worked out a little bit in their favor. They're down to 3. But they have a position inside the circle.
Super Young roster close to Big, close to Narvalo from Game Lord with Victor on the backup. 2 players remain. Suave gonna fall as Narvalo spots that out. Big losing more and more players as time goes on, down to 2 themselves. The crossing looking to be made right now, as Big have those 2 remaining players in that water on that coastline.
It's fine. Mazzaro's still alive. It's all good for Big, right? The way he's clutched up already in this game, wouldn't be surprised if he does it again. Yes, inside the water means he's not going to be able to do much for now. It allows Super Young roster to focus, John, on Game Lord and then playing it in. And the shots from Ali, it connects.
Victor does go down. Just Narvalo now. Victor can probably crawl across here. Back to Narvalo, get into some cover. And should be resable, so 2 still alive and functioning for Game Lord. Unless Tamtam has something else to say about it, but Super Young roster need more control on this northern side. They don't want to be boxed into this corner.
I'm aware that there may be a little bit cautious to massively push this because they might not be fully aware vision-wise of who might be on the northern side of the river, so I do appreciate that from Super Young roster.
Real Tiger 9 getting shot out as they try and make that cross. Such a difficult position to push in from. And it is Real Tigers 9 to get eliminated now. Victor wants to go for more here versus Super Young roster. And Tamtam not going to take too much damage there. Back up to that riverside, to the rest of the team. But he finally gets shot out by Victor.
I don't know if that was maybe lack of communication, but I get why Tam was falling back, but you got to make sure that that the support and the vision from your teammates is there to try and trade in that regard. It's still Game Lord under a lot of pressure, right? The vehicle that they look to take has taken heavy damage, with maybe a couple of tires being blown out. They're even further outside the circle now. Super Young roster are much closer to the edge, and the revive is being played out on the Tam. So by no means are Super Young roster, out of control in this engagement. Game Lord have a lot more to do.
Unicorns love losing their last player, 13th place, and really not good news. That early conflict with Game Lord really making them suffer here on Erangel. But they'll have a couple more entries, a couple more chances today to be able to take home some more points and get themselves into those qualification spots. Team Doom taking that fight again. A team that looks fairly safe right now to get into this next Super Weekend, but a lot more to do overall to secure themselves a spot in those finals. FTY into the drink.
Yeah, it's the best way to go. It's not ideal. It's not pretty, but if it gives you maybe a couple of extra placement points, then you gotta go for it. It's a great opportunity for PENTA. They played in Watertown. The circle on phase 5 did shift away, and although we're looking at an island finish, it's not the ideal island finish in this Erangel game, in between the mainland and Watertown.
4 Romanian Boys players pretty close by. 3 of them alive. Zodox goes down in the water. PENTA with players at their back need to be careful. Manu on the lookout, on the scout, on that swivel to try and slow things down. But 4 Romanian Boys trying to leverage that position. Poco takes a lot of damage. Makes it to a little bit of dry land there. Dwas now knows there's players close by. Tudor pushing in through the smoke. Dwas cuts him down as he steps in, and Tudor not going to be able to get back up here. They're not going to be able to get the confirm too quickly. Has to step out for that one. And 4 Romanian Boys now down to 1 as Lau is the swimmer.
Yeah, nothing really they could do. PENTA covered it well. Doom looking a little bit hairy, scary. I think it's Frosty that's live with his sliver of health. Vamos, by the way, in their second game of the day, are on the northern water side of the island. They have 4 players strong. They only have RESQ, Game Lord, and 4 Romanian Men around them. So technically, they're in a lot less trouble than the likes of the teams down south.
And that's more trouble for the teams down south there as the circle shifts over to that western edge. Everybody around that bridge going to have to move. 4 Romanian Men going down. The last player from 4 Romanian Boys as well, trying to hide out in the smoke. Getting shot out and out from the river. Excellent sit down there from Dwas. Pivotal, some might say, for PENTA's crossing.
It was actually third party, by the way, from Swat 69, John.
Oh, very nice. Fantastic save there, I guess, then on PENTA's back. Muzi maybe looking for the res. Nightmare pops a nade over the top, but it's not going to get anything.
This is great for Vamos once again, because they're going to be able to swim over to the side of the bridge on that northern edge of the circle. Even have a tiny crest of land in their sights. Game Lord, by the way, still alive. I don't know exactly what happened to Super Young roster. I forget. I don't know if you caught it, but it seems like they got pushed by Game Lord.
Yeah, they have been taken down. I think they tried to make the crossing and it didn't go their way. Nightmare putting nades through those smokes and finding holes with that HE, but Nightmare is traded off by Muzi. And another spray. And finds 2. He cuts him down on the straight. X-Team decimated by Muzi. Now he turns his attention to Lau. 2 players alive for the squad, and Muzi finally curtailed in the fight. And another one to go down. Oh my goodness me. 4 Romanian Boys pick up a whole bunch of eliminations for the trouble, but do finally go down. 4 eliminations, rank 7.
Yeah, 4 Romanian Boys have picked up 6 points in this game, so it's definitely a hell of a lot better than what it initially looked like when you saw the hunting from Team Doom. So solid turnaround mentality-wise from 4 Romanian Boys to recover a pretty half-decent game. But Vamos are still alive, but I believe they're cut down to just 1 player. Kossi and Swat 69 have all the control on the southern side of this circle.
So chaotic. 2 players actually there up for Vamos. Prada and Florian under the bridge. Lawrence trying to Swim around there and underarm to try and bobble it down. That might be good. Is that on target? Oh, it finds Laurence though. And you'll take that. If you're RESQ, you will absolutely take that. RESQ, another team that sits very much at risk right now as the hard bottom of the tables. After this one, they might be able to jump up just a little bit more with Tick and Coyote operating on that northern shore.
This is going to make not only Five Threats, but even Team Doom sweat a little bit more in the future games of today. The craziness of this game as the dust has settled is rewarding Vamos and RESQ.
Remember, Vamos went for that different drop. They went to Zaki. And now they're going to be able to use that northern side presence to their advantage. Swat 69 get the shift. 4 players alive on this sort of a crossing. I don't see them losing it.
This is definitely the easiest chicken dinner they could have asked for, being all honesty. Because even though they have, what, 7 players, 8 players around them, should I say? Yeah, most are in the water. They're all kind of surrounding each other. Now, Velo looking for shots, finds Florin. Yeah, this is easier for a SWAT 69.
And look at that. They already have the angle. Schofield just punishing Navallo for trying to stand up. Unfortunately, not able to land any damage, so a little bit longer on that one for Navallo, but he really can't afford to leave this. Needs a fast drop to the water, hits the rocks, and actually jumps in, makes it down, and now can start to make that cross.
Victor is confirmed by the last player at Big. Beast is going to be eliminated by Vamos. More elimination points, more placement points for Vamos. They're in to the top 4. That's guaranteed 8 placement points for Vamos. Much needed at that.
Navallo's close to Prada, but I think Prada knows about it. Navallo can get up and get the drop on him. Oh, he takes Prada down. Navallo has a little bit of the beach, and Costi can't get the response. Game Lord open up just a little bit of chance there, but it's 1 player against 4 from SWAT 69, against 2 from RESQ, who are already landed here.
Just as much for Vamos. It's the same for RESQ. Minimum of 8 placement points. Will it be just 8 for Vamos? It looks that way. Costi, the last player alive, has been cut into the blue.
Tick taken down there by SWAT 69. Navallo worried about this angle. He wants to take down the rest of Vamos, and by the rest, I mean the last player on the Vamos roster. As SWAT 69 swarm across, Vamos finally taken down, and Game Lord still survive. RESQ with only 1 are going forwards, and Navallo finds Schofield. If Coyote strikes now, there might be a little potential for upset, but look at Pogba on that off angle. Navallo moves forwards. In the meantime, Game Lord's trying to send their Lone Ranger in.
He got
Coyote, he spots Pogba and gets the spray. The players from SWAT 69 are falling. Coyote's taken down, and Navallo's on the swivel. Only 1 player now standing, and Navallo could get it if he pops the nade in the right place, but he goes for the weapon. There's the flush. Now he only has 1 player to handle. Navallo for Game Lord looks to strike out. Back behind the cover, back behind the smoke, and it's 1 versus 1.
Oh my god. I can't believe SWAT 69 has let it get to this point. Navallo is a beast, but this is crazy.
This is the best team in the PMPL right now. The nade at the back, a lot of damage sent in. He knows exactly what the range is, sends out wide and doesn't take a lick in response. This could be good, this could be it. And somehow, some way, Navallo works the miracle that allows Game Lord the chicken dinner on Erangel.
I don't know what to say, John. There's moments, there's games, there's points where you are just absolutely speechless in PUBG Mobile.
13 eliminations for Navallo at the end of that game. 13 on his own, playing on a impossible river crossing from the north side. He makes his way across, he fords that barrier, gets up onto land, and takes down a full force team. There was a little bit of an assist, sure, from RESQ.
Yes.
But my God, was that dominating from Navallo.
There's definitely mistakes being made by SWAT 69. I definitely, and I'll hold my head up and said I was clearly wrong that it was the easiest chicken dinner for SWAT 69. Navallo maybe heard that and said, here, hold my kind of monster. So there's definitely mistakes made by SWAT69, but when you have that little players left in the lobby, I low-key understand why you, to an extent, presume that the game is kind of one and done, and you do sit back a little bit. SWAT69 were being proactive to a point, but maybe then in that point they were being a little bit too confident and they weren't being calculated enough to focus on one area of the circle at a time, right? It seemed like they were taking too many, to an extent, split fights. But I don't know, man. Narvalo's goated. It's one of the greatest game in the world, and there's not really much more that can be said.
Oh, we didn't get the longest to live. We nearly had the 5 set, but no. Poco sneaks that one away, unfortunately. But that, I think we've only had one other 4 panel. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was only one other
Victor.
4 panel. Victor, yeah, so Victor. Another Game Lord player gets that 4 panel. Narvalo is the Terminator. He can breathe underwater. The guy, he's sprouted wings. He's flying over everything. The guy is insane. Narvalo for Game Lord takes the cake.
PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary event is still going on. Just head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com and you guys can get yourselves some sweet rewards. Like 100,000 euros in prizes, not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s. But you know what? I feel like Navarro, after that match, deserves one of those phones because that was ridiculous. 13 eliminations. That has to be the highest individual performance in eliminations we've ever seen in competitive PUBG Mobile.
I'm just rethinking my life because I'll never do anything as cool as what Narvalo just did. What am I supposed to do, Jason? He got 13 elims. Ridiculous. I cannot Well, there's so many things that went wrong and right then. Like, I think if he's against, I guess, higher ranked teams, maybe that doesn't occur. There were so many mistakes on the other sides, but to make that happen from Narvalo's side of things, like to go on the warpath, to get through SYR in the northwest alongside Victor, to be able to make the cross into the water, to be able to take the fight as he gets to the island. We were talking about
Did he break you, Kalaris? I feel like you're broken right now.
I think I'm done. I'm out. All right, bye.
Kalaris.exe stopped working. I don't know, but it just felt like a. I mean, me too. I don't even know what to really add on that. It just felt like he had plot armor that entire game. He jumps out of the cliff into the water, gets shot at, survives. Like what?
I'm not gonna lie. I want to see how long you'd commit for that, Kalaris. I was expecting a little bit longer there, but yeah.
Water.
I mean, the fact is, like, playing from the water, they're able to get up, and then as you called it perfectly, Bax too. He was sitting behind, I believe it was a tree, and you called out he's going to use that smoke to move up to the crate, and they did exactly that. I mean, fantastic job to just play that position perfectly. And let's look at our match standings. Actually, I didn't expect Game Lord to finish things off and get the chicken dinners. Too bad it's not the super weekend, or that would be an extra $1,000 for themselves. But either way, 31 points and 13 out of the 16 elims coming from one player. But let's be fair. Obviously, that was an amazing spectacle. But we also have to give credit to RESQ and Vamos, because those are points they desperately needed.
Yeah, but amazing for those two teams, right? They needed a lot of points, so it's pretty good for them to get himself 13 for RESQ, 14 for Vamos Esport. But 31 points for him. I think I just have to go back to that point from now on. It's just the big thing of this game we really have to talk about. And we usually say, no, a team that has nothing to lose is very scary because you don't know what to really expect from them. A team that has nothing to win apparently is even worse. I mean, no, they just don't really care about what they do. They know they already qualified for the Super Weekend. They know they're already making it into the league finals. All they're aiming for is those chicken dinners to get the extra 1,000. Even though they can't get 1,000 here, they're still doing it because why not, for the memes?
To what you were saying, Jason, though, for teams like Vamos, yeah, big points coming in for them. I feel like in those kinds of circles, what's one of the best ways to almost guaranteed secure yourself like a top 4 finish or something like that? Get underneath a bridge. Just get underneath one of the bridges. Use that as kind of your cover, because realistically on the island, there's really not that much cover, other than the fact that SWAT 69 had no contesting teams for them on their kind of coastline, where it kind of ramps up on a little bit of an uphill gradient from where they were. But for me, for my money, this was SWAT 69's game to win. They didn't do it. They gave too many opportunities for Narvalo to have certain 1v1 angles, Coyote as well. They should have probably dealt with a lot of those situations. I mean, we saw in the highlights the amount of times guys like Schofield on SWAT 69, for example, were looking at Narvalo, shooting at Narvalo, but could not get rid of him before he made the crossing.
To be fair, I've seen this movie before, and I'm pretty sure John Wick eliminates anyone he ever goes against.
I think
exactly what happened.
I think they're going to add a pen to the game as the next weapon just for Narvalo. That's how he's going to go about it. But yeah, it was super impressive, though. They did have the utility, right? They just crossed from ruins. They crossed the river, so they had literally all the utility. Those nades, I don't want to say something's horrible, but those nades were relatively close to the word horrible. Nothing here. They were just thrown on the ice. I don't know. I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, there is in the slightest bit of defense, it's much easier to nade a tree than that rock. That rock provides a lot more cover if you're going to be able to bounce from left to right compared to the tree, which gives you absolutely nothing. So Narvalo definitely had the advantage in that situation, but they felt like a house of cards. It just there was 4 of them up, and then just push. Yeah, a light breeze eliminated them.
A French breeze. Let's actually jump into Game Lord's player stats here, and there's a certain number that I'm expecting the biggest of sounds I've ever heard out of Kalaris.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm done.
17. Have we ever seen this much damage from a single player? We normally don't see this much damage from a team.
I don't remember seeing this like ever. PUBGMOBILE Esports, how do we beat this? Is this a new record?
I mean, yeah, it was almost like a one-man army, right? But like Victor was alive for a while as well. So like for a long time in this game, Game Lord were playing 2-man army, right? And then Victor's down. You're like, okay, yeah, Narvalo's good, but I don't think he can salvage this situation, given where he was, given the crossing he has to make against like Vamos, for example. But he did it. This is one of the, I mean, as much as eventually we crown an MVP down the line, right now, this is absolutely the MVP performance of the tournament in a game. Hands down, no contest.
I think this is a direct message to Victor to say, hey, you can go back on vacation next weekend if you want. Like, I think we got this covered, okay? We're fine. And then you got Trazen and Akashi, which, you know what? Hey, it's fine. You get carried every once in a while. Happens to me all the time, so, you know, hey, it's fine. So it's one game. It's cool.
All right, well, let's actually head over to like the damage and eliminations graphic, because I really want to give context to how much work he did. Remember, 1,700 damage for Navallo, 1,700 out of the 2,500 damage. He did more damage as a single player than any other team in the lobby.
I don't get it. Wait, actually, I do get it to a certain degree, because we've been talking about this concept quite a lot here this week. They feel so comfortable to the point where right now for them, points don't matter. And when you put that in the hands of a team like this, players like this, that is dangerous. So dangerous. They don't have to fear anything. They don't fear anyone in this lobby for sure, given that kind of performance. And that's terrifying going into the eventual finals here.
I mean, when I had a chance to talk to Akashi about how the communication went in the team, he literally said, I don't care about my stats. As long as I put them in a decent position to close off the game, that's all I care about, because they'll do the work. And I think that really shows the good dynamic that Gamelord currently have and how it works, and it just works down to perfection for this game in particular.
Yeah, you know, as Clara said, when they play with no fear, I mean, I think the fact is they play with no fear because they are fear. They are the ones putting terror into everyone in these lobbies. And I mean, obviously a fantastic performance. Gamelord this entire season has just put on a clinic. I mean, 6 chicken dinners so far in the Super Weekends. Maybe even room for more in the last Super Weekend if Victor didn't take the weekend off. Like this team, if they don't place first in the finals, I'm going to be really disappointed.
I mean, they're the one that knocks. They are the danger. They call them Heisenberg, whatever you need to do here, because right now they're looking absolutely, I was about to say cracked, but that's a bit weird. So yeah, we'll go with that. Keep this Heisenberg thing going.
Okay. Well, yeah. I think that's like methed. I don't know.
We'll do that.
Anyways, let's move on to the schedule and just ignore what I said, as we do have Miramar coming up next as our third match of the day, which means Group C should be sitting out this next match. This is getting really dangerous for some other teams out there, but also really nice for some other ones. I mean, RESQ. Downside is, I mean, the upside is they got a good match. Downside is they have to now sit out after that good match and cool down a little bit. Whereas I would imagine they'd want to just keep going and keep pushing and keep bringing those points in. But it also means Group D is back in. So my eyes going to be watching 5 threats.
I mean, I'm looking back at these groups, right, and the fact that we still got Doom and Romanian Boys playing this game because of what happened with Gamelord. We just completely forgot to even talk about the fact
that's
that
a good point.
We had that hot drop, right? We had Doom actually chasing down Romanian Boys. Are we going to see it again? I'm not sure. We'll see.
We got one elimination early on that definitely punished for Romanian Boys, but let's head over to our commentators and see if that hot drop will happen yet again.
Have to wait and see. Yeah, just about recovered from that last game from Navallo just wiping out the face of the planet. He's got his lasers shooting out his eyes apparently. So we'll have to see if that's going to have an effect here on Miramar.
Yeah. You know, I think we talk about Gamelord so much at this point in time, John, and realistically, this was bound to happen at some point. They were ramping up, and I think that I was most surprised. I wasn't there with you, I'm sorry, but I was most surprised when they just were living on that northern coast. It was crazy, but like Max says, and we're going to be able to do this preamble right now because I think everyone was so astounded with Navallo. But again, it's for Romanian Boys, it's Vamos, and it's that hot drop that could be coming through from Team Doom, who are currently sat in 8th place, 49 points. So, you know, not too many more points on the cards today, but they can still keep pumping those hot drops if they want to. We're going to head right into game now over to Miramar.
Very nice. Very, very nice. We're going to be looking at where the playing path is going to take us. I haven't oriented myself just yet. I have to take a look at the map feed. Okay, we're going northwest down towards the islands out on the east coast for now. So a lot of this northeast side of the map available. Probably difficult to get down to places like Chumasera. Oh, not again.
Not again.
Please, not again. Oh dear. Oh well. But yeah, I mean, Navallo apparently has broken the game that much to be able to perform like that, and yeah, we're gonna have to go again.
Yeah, we will have to go again. Unfortunate, but what can you do, John?
Not much really. We'll try and get the lobby sorted back out. and yeah, get into this next game. But as we were saying, we're looking out for those hot drops from Team Doom. That's where we'll be looking at the start of the game, looking for where those icons are going to drop out, if they're going to target another team like they did, and if Vamos are going to adjust like they did on the first game. But we're going to go to a quick video. We'll be back with the lobby. Oh, apparently not. We're going to be back to us as well. And yeah, so we're looking at the teams that are going to potentially be hot dropped in those first phases. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the video. It was a wee little video there. You know, you couldn't see too much of it, but I promise you, if you turn your volume all the way up to 100, you will hear the soft mutterings of Jason as he walks you through that fight with Narvalo. He just recorded it right now, actually. He's a pretty speedy guy when it comes to pushing out that content.
That happens.
But we will be heading back into Miramar soon, I imagine. Maybe. Who knows? We don't at this point in time, but what can you do about it? You really can't do anything, but you can stick around with us because Miramar is going to be very, very hot here, not only in terms of temperature on the map, but also in terms of things that's going to go on in the game. I think when we look at this one, you know, we don't have some notable teams in here. I'm looking at Clear Vision, Unicorns Love, who are out, not playing this one. So it's all about Romanian Boys, all about the Vamos, all about the Team Doom. But at this point in time, you know, it is getting slightly more dangerous for Team Doom, with Vamos slowly creeping up those scoreboards, currently setting 14th place, and Romanian Boys skirting it over towards 16th. But let's take a quick recap on this, John, because I'm sure you've seen this already, and you'll agree with me. Because 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 26 points, 25 points, 25 points, 24 points, 23 points. It is extremely tight.
It is absolutely down to the wire here. We are only, 3 games away from finishing this league play. The fact that this gap is only about 6 points in total. I mean, there's 8 points between 13th and 20th, right? 13th and 20th. That is absolutely insane. From 13th place up to 12th, that's 26 points in 13th, 40 in 12th, blank, 40 in 12th. That is a 14-point jump compared to an 8-point jump from 20th to 13th.
Yeah, and we got to remember that at the start of today, in fact, we had Real Tigers 9 sat in 17th place with 12 points. So they've really bumped up their totals to now be sat in 13th with 40. Sorry, no, 13th with 26. It's an okay bump up. Sorry, it's Big, who's in 12th place with 40 points. So realistically, there is still these teams fighting at the moment. But Real Tigers 9 currently trying to get themselves out of this sludge, this swamp down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. It is really sucking on those wellies, and so you've got to be careful down here. I'm going to call it the league play swamp at the moment, because I've been there, everyone's been there. We've all lost a shoe or two if you're very unlucky, but these teams need to get out into greener pastures, quite literally.
Look at that. Miramar seems to be Game Lord territory as well, as Narvalo. I mean, this is just Miramar stats, right? I think it is. And that's not even including that last game. And he's still sat very, very high up for Game Lord at the moment. Let's see where these teams are going to be dropping. Team Doom, they're out on the south side there, close to Romanian Boys and Los Leones.
Yeah, there is one notable player, though, we're kind of missing from these statistics, John. It's Icy, right? It's so weird that he's suddenly no longer up here anymore from Unicorns of Love. So I don't know what's happened behind the scenes with these guys, but something is up at the moment. They're not having the best league play at all. 20th place. It's a very, very strange turn of events, and they're almost having the Eastern Stars disease, where league play, it's a no-go. Super Weekend, yes, please. That's where it's at. But first, to get into that yes, please phase, you need to get to the Super Weekends. You cannot be down here in 20th place. And again, Team Doom's relying on you, Unicorns of Love. You need to start be pumping so we can have the Team Doom prophecy come true. And I'm sure the Priest Kalaris on the desk, he'll enlighten you to the Team Doom prophecy when we come round to it, because it is quite a significant turn of events in our era.
It's quite magic. I like that. That was very nice.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. 5 threats. Another team that really does need to strike out towards those higher placements. The lowest team in this game on the standings, and they absolutely want to put the best foot forwards to be able to jump on up. It would be their first Super Weekend, and it would need a couple of pretty strange turns of events to allow them to have a chance of qualifying for the finals. But the way they do that is by first getting to this Super Weekend. Game Lord, not to be messed with. Yet again, Swat 69 gonna take them on. But Trazen proving to be less of a hurdle than Narvalo.
Well, you know, they don't really need Trazen or Akashi, apparently. You just need Narvalo and Victor to keep it up. So they'll happily give across some points to SWAT 69, considering what Narvalo did to them last game. And you know what he did? He did them dirty. It was absolutely disgusting what happened. So I think it's only fair that SWAT 69 gets some remuneration for last game, because it was very, very unfortunate. Eastern Star's back in Impala. It's like eastern side of the map, a little less free. So Shockwave's going to have to be careful with their rotation down towards the south. In the meantime, Puerto Paraíso, its 5 threats been dropped on by PENTA. So we'll see how this does move out. But to be honest with you, both these teams are extremely passive, and I would not be surprised to see both of them come out of this one with 4 players still up and standing.
The question I have is how many vehicles can they pilfer from the surrounding area each? Because it will be limited by having 2 teams in this location. Impala vehicles will be taken up by Eastern Stars. It might be a little bit more difficult to rotate away without trying to go for the full fight. PENTA seemingly moving forwards. I think they must know there's players here, right? So they are moving as a group in battle formation, if you will.
Battle formation! Go! What does that mean, sir? What do we do? Fair enough to PENTA. I think that they'd kind of lock down their rotations a little bit more. Yes, I don't think we'll see PENTA making some god rotations anytime soon, but now at least their rotations are competent. So I think working on your firefights is not a bad idea at this point in the tournament, you know, because there is still a bunch of money to be won in the finals, even if you don't hit that first place. You got to remember that it's not a case of that first place takes home all the glory and all the money at the same time. You take home maybe 99% of the glory, but not all the cash. Okay, so there is still some more in that register to take home with you. Not pilfer, okay? That's handed out liberally at this point in time, but you shall not be stealing any money from the register. That's a no-go. I'm putting up my glass sheet pane. Maybe plastic sheet pane. Glass is probably very easy to get through. Anyway, moving away from that.
Depends on the glass. Glass technology has
actually
taken leaps and bounds in the last years, Blank. I don't know if you know
what
this,
about
but it's
Gorilla
absolutely
Glass?
Exactly, right? It's you know, there's all sorts of technologies that are incredible. You could also reinforce it with a wire mesh.
Oh, so I could. Well, how about that then, guys? You're going to have to deal with some wire mesh reinforced Gorilla Glass with also a gorilla in the room. What are you going to do now?
With a gorilla. Where did he come from?
You know, he's back up.
Get back in the zoo.
You can't be out here.
You silly gorilla.
Oh, dear me. Look, I just like to bring the gorilla into the scenario. In the meantime, 5 threats with some guerrilla warfare, getting their way out.
The real gorilla was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, and the vehicles we pilfered from PENTA, indeed. So finally making their move out. Yeah, they don't get all the vehicles, but at least they are in this one. They do lose talent, unfortunately, and that's kind of the go signal for them. Eastern Stars managed to get a fair few vehicles for themselves over towards Impala itself. Shockwave still playing. They don't really resemble their namesake, right? They aren't the Shockwave. They're kind of just a slow ripple into the final circles, which is okay for me. I mean, it's working out for them right, and they do kind of play these end games pretty well. Just sometimes get a little bit overwhelmed. 4 Romanian boys down towards Los Leones. Team Doom hunting.
Potentially. Vamos as well. Close to super young roster. I think they know there's a couple of players in here. Tam took damage from somewhere. So I'm guessing that came from the barrels of the Vamos squad atop the hill. It's more than a hill. What would you call that? Is that a mountain? Because I feel like it's not quite a mountain, but it's bigger than a hill.
Ridge.
Let's go with that. I like it.
Yeah. On the old ridge. You see, where I come from in the Dales way, there is actually a lot of hills up there, and you know, we've never really referred to them as hills, though. They're always the peaks, because you have the 3 peaks walk, which you can do in one day, but it takes around about 18 hours if you fast, and you have to camp out to do it. Or, like I said, you know, if you camp out, you can do it in like 24 hours or more, as much as you want. But if you want to do it in one stint, it takes 18 hours to walk the whole thing. But yeah, we've just always called them peaks. But it doesn't really work on Miramar because none of these places have peaks. They're just ridge lines, right? Because there's a long areas where you can play along the side. So it's difficult. You know, you got to figure out how to say it. Because this right here, to me, that's a slope. That's a slope, bad boy.
Have you ever been on this walk, on this 18-hour trek?
Yeah, I did it with my dad, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's nice.
There's a particularly nasty one called Scarfell, which you don't have this problem in Miramar because everything is so bright and sunny. But in Scarfell, when you get towards the top, obviously the altitude drops. Altitude gets very, very high, so it's quite difficult to breathe. But also, there is so much mist up there and extremely slippy rocks.
I just read what James has put in our group chat. He says, 18 hours for the 3 peaks. What are you doing? Crawling? Is it really? Are you exaggerating, mate? Are you?
I'm not. It's 18 hours for 3 peaks. You do it in one sitting.
Did you do 9 peaks instead?
I did 9 peaks.
Well.
All 9 of them.
There's plenty of peeking going on right now because Vamos and Big coming into conflict. Vamos in a crucial fight against one of the heavy hitters of the lobby, but Beast is down. So is Suave. Miki's low. 2 players alive right now for Vamos at the back. Costi and Laurence in that dip. Gonna struggle, but Mazzaro is on the off. Might be able to find some sneaky angles, but is going to get spotted out. Flooring down the hill. Looks for the spray, and Mazzaro wins the trade. Mazzaro for war, and it will be Vamos to take the tumble. Big, stay alive.
This is terrible news for Vamos here. 1 single elimination and no points. I mean, it's starting off well. Now, Team Doom just need to deliver on the 4 Romanian Boys push. That would be extremely good for them. If they can get them out the way, it's good news. Unfortunately, the Unicorns of Love and Clear Vision won't be climbing this game, considering they're not playing. But for Real Tigers 9 can get further ahead. It's very, very good news. 5 threats equally will be another team that Team Doom wants to keep going up the rankings. Obviously, they can't assist them. That would be bad. But what they can do is specifically target one team in particular. It's 4 Romanian Boys and hold all of their attention.
Sort 69, all 4 players alive on a ridge all their own right now. But Mazzaro has other ideas, as do the rest of Big. Look at that picturesque set against the silhouetted skyline. They make their approach, but Super Young roster from down the hill against these silhouettes have a good spot.
They do have a good spot. It's okay. It'll deal with it for the time being, Super Young roster. I've got information from Kalaris, considering he lives exactly where I used to live, so nothing gets past him when I bring up my hometown. It's 12 hours to walk it. So it's not that long at 18 hours. You can do it pretty fast. Maybe I was thinking 8 hours to do it quickly.
20 minutes max.
20 minutes max, that's true. For Kalaris with his hyper long legs and his great stature, could absolutely get that done quickly. Yeah, he said 8 hours is doable and fast. Yeah, there you go. I think I was thinking 8, not 18.
It's okay. You made a mistake. It's fine.
I will live with it.
Will you?
For the rest of my life.
Okay, I believe
it will bother me.
I'm going to remind you of it. I'm going to be like, hey, remember that one time that
you messed up
completely fluffed the timings of the 3 peaks on the broadcast? That had nothing to do with it.
My dad, Nick, in his broad Yorkshire accent, can absolutely batter me with verbal, oh God, reprimanding. Later.
Better than being battered with a vehicle by Mihi, to be honest. I'll be honest. I said I'll be honest twice. I'm very, very honest this time. Elendo goes down for Super Young roster. And our lead on the swivel for Mihi is in the sights.
Yeah, I love that. I think teams are getting very good at this point in time where they're able to quickly analyze a situation. Again, this is what I've always said about Big, is that their firefights are extremely strong. It's just that sometimes they're not amazing when it comes to getting these setups going. And if the fight goes on for much longer than they like, they typically lose 1 or 2 players, and then it's not good news for the rest of the game. TamTam off in the distance, taking some shots.
Not going to land any just yet. Mihi moves in. We'll be able to get the flush on Elendo. The crawl in, not going to be good. Modi repositions, gets out of there. I think they want to fully disengage this. I don't think they want any more of this fight.
No, I would want to get away from this one as well. Next circle did pop on our screen, so you can see it's down towards Los Leones. And for Romanian Boys, very, very comfy for the time being. Team Doom headed down all the way to the south side. I think they're cognizant they do need to keep putting up some points. Hamodi, probably the best player on Super Young roster, taking on Big at the moment, trying to get around this corner. Mihi is terrifyingly low.
Oh, avoids some of the damage there, sends some back, but it's finally sat down. Felt like a bit more of a kerfuffle than it needed to be for Big, but
yeah,
it works in the end. It works in the end. TamTam now the only player to worry about. Big seems to know that he's out there somewhere.
Yeah. The fence was the 5th player of Super Young roster. Hamodi was taking full advantage of the backup coming through. Nades over the top, not quite landing, but still pretty much on target. He's happy. He's good to see that, honestly. Next one hits a bit harder. And now Mihi moves up with the support of the rest of his team, with Beast just slipping in and out of cover there and drops a smoke. Goodness me, TamTam is just confused.
I don't know if he even knows that Mihi's this close. He had some unfortunate angles on the ridgeline, definitely knows now, but it's not going to matter. There's the shots. Beast takes it down.
You wonder if he pulled that nade, because Mihi would not do that, in my opinion, unless it was a bait. Because I would pull a nade to bait a player over the top, because I think that's happened a lot of times where players have done that but haven't had the proper backup. But I think with Beast there in the smoke, he can quickly slip out, and then when he gets peeked by TamTam, just take him down. I feel like that was calculated. I want to say that was calculated, and if it was, very cool. But you can add that to your repertoire. The grenade bait. The nade.
The grenade.
The
grabate.
grenade.
The grabate. The grabate.
The grabate. There you go. That's grabated you.
Oh.
Perfect.
I felt bad about it.
I'm sorry.
Probated. Oh well. TJB sending bullets over towards Giants, who are on the west end of Los Leones right now. The circle, it does contain the entirety of Los Leones right now, but it's centered to the north of it, and it's likely that it will shift away from there. So teams on the north side probably have the better spots in this urban environment.
Yeah, I feel like the circle element is like me when I find a food that I really like, is then I'll just proceed to eat it for the next 8 weeks. And at the moment, we do get circles where it hits it once, and then I feel like it's got a mind of its own. It's like, I'm going to go there again. That was good, actually. You know, I don't think anywhere else holds my attention as much as Los Leones right now, or Yaz Fields, or the River Island. So very, very similar, so a lot of these teams know how to play it. However, it does throw me a curveball up towards the northwest side to a slightly more rocky terrain, and these teams will be rocking back and forth as they move through, and they'll have to be careful to keep the balance into the end game.
Oh dear. Luna, no first aids left, only bandages and stims. And they're going down. Luna doesn't make it any further. 5 threats, 18th place. They needed a strong game. I think they sit with, I'm not entirely sure. If they got both of the games left to play today after the end of that one? No, yes, they do. So they are in both remaining games of the day as well. So they have 2 more chances, but it's not what you want to see. 0 points on the game. Disaster.
Massive disaster for this team. Did you find out if they've played all their matches, John? Do you want me to tell you?
No, I said they have got the 2 remaining matches played, or to play.
That's all I wanted to know. I wasn't accusing. I was just not listening.
Well,
to you, in particular.
That's fair. That's understandable. Ooh, cheeky response there from FTY on towards an XTEAM outpost, and looks to be Resable. No, hang on a minute. Real Tigers 9 chiming into the fight. Shockwave are just around the corner as well. This northeastern side is shaping up.
This is where it gets difficult. If Shockwave's starting to come into the circle itself, you've got FTY as well, Swat 69 all on this side of the map. No one really wants to head center anytime soon. There's still these compounds that you can play around on this eastern edge. I think Game Lord very happy about this though. Big, much more unhappy about it. Considering the fact that they had the pick of the litter on this northwest edge and now Game Lord's just rocked on up, makes life so hard for Big. And I do feel sorry for them in a way, because this happened again to them last game over towards that northern side. And I think that Game Lord is just having fun with it, really. Considering Big is most likely the second best team in this lobby, Game Lord is just happy to keep taking fights and getting that practice in for when it comes finals. They will not stop them when it comes to that 4v4 in an endgame circle.
They're not even fielding Narvalo this time around, Blank, after his incredible performance on that river crossing.
You're done for the day.
They just put him out. I mean, to be fair, he's already got, what, 13 points and probably a total of, I want to say, like at least 10 placement points just on his own, essentially. So he's done his fair share of work. He's happily benched.
Take a break. Yeah, take a break. Take a break, big boy. I think you've absolutely earned it. Penta outside. Muzi healing up. Team Doom, again, this is good news for them, but Zero needs to head around the side. Another nade will cause some significant panic for the players there, but Muzi heads in and just wants to deal with it. I don't think the Real's quite ready, but just about finishes out that fight. And that will be Team Doom with 3 extra eliminations there. Again, a lot does ride on Team Doom, continue to do well today because they desperately need that momentum coming into the Super Weekend. And right now they do seem just a tad weak here.
Yeah, not ideal. TJB trying to move down towards Giant's position, but just getting all of their vehicles shot out. It's an open hillside. And you just got to hope that you can make this push. Luckily, they've managed to take down Pocus, otherwise it would be dead in the water for them. Now they have to go just that little bit further. The circle shifting everybody out of that the majority of those buildings on the south side. Difficult for Romanian Boys to leave here, but they are still going. And with 5 threats going down, with Vamos going down, this is a chance. All 4 of them are alive.
Eastern Stars, another bit of a problematic team for these teams towards the bottom of the lobby, because we know that they love to eke out all of their points in their final 2 games of the day, and currently they're sat in 17th place, so they're looking to knock 4 Romanian Boys down here. Luckily, 4 Romanian Boys, you know, they're still just about in this lobby on that southeast edge. No one's really looking down towards them either, so they can just live this one out for a little bit longer.
They definitely would hope. FTY trying to take those shots, take the fight against SWAT 69. And at the moment, it looks like SWAT 69, they're going fairly even on this trade. FTY losing 2, and Zonox has to push in with the blue at his back. PNL going to hold strong for SWAT 69. Now it's just Shinyo for FTY. Pulls the pin on a nade, heads back out into the blue to pop it over the top into the vehicles for SWAT 69 as they reposition. XTEAM eliminated in the meantime, but in goes Shinyo. PNL laid completely open, but hops out of the vehicle, does a lot of damage, but there's only one player left. Shinyo in the sight lines, and it will be able to find the elimination. But the price is the teammate, SWAT 69 down to 1.
Yeah, Game Lord will pick up one of those knocks as well somehow onto PNL. Shockwave, yeah, currently they're more of the ripple in the puddle than the Shockwave that we wanted to see them in this game. But they are still in this one, and with only 8 teams left in the lobby, there still stands a good chance of getting some big points here. And for Romanian Boys, blessing their lucky stars at the moment that no one has looked in their direction. But Eastern Stars starting to pop up a little bit more here with 3 eliminations so far, 3 players alive. That's good enough in this game, but it's for Romanian Boys, Real Tigers 9, and Shockwave, all with the 4 members still up.
Real Tigers 9. Trying to hold out in their compound. Shockwave moving to try and take it from them. Eastern Stars on the other side. Michiu goes down first to a Shockwave shot. Seiko, we've seen him operate effectively in several games now. Mango getting naded. It's got to be curtains for Real Tigers 9. They are absolutely caught in this trap between Eastern Stars and Shockwave on a long move to follow it up with as well. There's no way they can get through here unscathed.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to get out. I think Game Lord can maybe help them out just a little bit, though. start to take shots over towards where the smokes are blooming. Nightmare somehow gets hit by a stray bullet right in the noggin, and that'll send him to bed. Seiko similarly hitting the same sheets.
6 eliminations already for Victor, looking to put more on and challenge Navarro in that last game, getting a total of 13. Sure, Robs, what is he doing? The madman! Terminus able to shut him down, but Game Lord, they lose a player, and Victor now actually under pressure. 2 players alive for Game Lord, and their once dominant setting on that side of the circle is getting a little bit tickled.
I don't think that Romanian Boys have any eliminations this game, as far as I'm aware. So even if they do get a placing towards like 4th place, it's not going to be a huge amount of points for them. So realistically now they're looking at that 3rd, 2nd place. They want to pump up those points, but already Poco going down. And now Romanian Boys caught because they will have to leave these silos, and there'll be a lot of attention sent that way. Keme taking the shots, hit some beautiful ones, and that'll be 2 eliminations added to the belt.
Very, very nice. I think that was a self-knock on Doran, so I don't know whether credit will go for that one. But the Eastern Stars are eliminated nonetheless. 4 Romanian Boys can start to put pressure on. There's still quite a few eliminations left in this lobby. They now have 2 of them. And they're looking for more. 6 teams remain.
Giants were taking shots for a lot of separate teams here, so there'll be a lot of attention on them. Shockwave do go out on that eastern side, and surprisingly, it's Real Tigers and Hardman to live out from all that chaos between Eastern Stars, Shockwave, Game Lord. Hardman's happily alive in his concrete shack. I think he'll have to leave at some point, but at least he's in top 5 now. Similarly with 4 Romanian Boys, things are starting to look better and better for them.
Lin behind the vehicle with backup as well, but Nano shutting him down. The drop shot, the M249. It's all just too much to handle. Lin managing to weather that storm and will be able to get this res inside the building. 4 Romania Boys though, 3 alive. 1 player down from both Game Lord and TJB. This is their chance. 4 players, 4 eliminations so far, and TJB go down as well. 11 eliminations on the side of Game Lord, and it is Victor. Is it possible that we see a second Game Lord clutch from these positions?
4 Romanian Boys really need this win. It would be massive for them. I mean, the 2nd place is still very good at this point in time, but that chicken dinner would really secure them into that top 16, and it'd be a beautiful spot to stay in. I think with only 2 more games for a lot of these teams to play, it is unlikely that a lot of these teams towards the bottom side will leapfrog them with the points that they'll accrue from this game. So 4 Romanian Boys, goodness me, they are absolutely living for this result.
They can pop those 2 extra eliminations on the tally. It'll bring them up to 6. They back the chicken dinner with that. 21 points on the game. Very, very solid point scoring when we predict the bubble to be around that 38-point mark. Well, it's looking like it might even be lower than that, depending on the performances some of these bottom teams. It's a massive chunk of points. Poco makes the break. Akashi doesn't quite land the shots. The UMP not going to be able to tap it away.
With their position here, it's very hard for Game Lord to even move in. Akashi, you can see he moves out for just a brief second and takes massive plinks of damage here. They've got a lot of the compounds to play around with. I think Game Lord were fairly comfortable when the circle did move their way, but look at how 4 Romanian Boys are set up. They know how much this win will mean to them, so they are not taking any chances.
But the fact that we're still seeing Game Lord repeatedly here, even when it's not crucial for them to be so, it is, as James said, the team without fear. They are the Daredevils, and Victor will strike from below and take 1 down. Keme, a crucial player, as we've seen before, from 4 Romanian Boys. Victor looks for more. Spray over onto Lau, lands a lot of damage. There's backup from Akashi, and they send Lau scurrying for the wall.
That's good though, because they've eliminated that off angle now. They're much closer together. This enables a nice nade to go over the top, but Akashi going down is bad news. Now it's Victor to try and clutch this up.
Needs to stand tall, but will not be able to do so. A brilliantly crucial win for the 4 Romania Boys. 21 points on the game. A fantastic result for a team that needs everything they can get.
They were extremely lucky with the way this circle went on this game, with so little time left to actually accrue those points, and they were able to just play a very passive game to move it up there. They get lucky again with that shift down towards the south, but really it's leveraging those points, right? It's leveraging those points, and whatever you need to do to get them at this stage in the game, to get into the Super Weekend, you just do it. You just do it.
Absolutely. I mean, 6 elims, even that, you know, it's a low count, but that's so crucial. I mean, it's got to be such a relief for them. As you say, you just got to do anything you can, and almost doubling your points total in a single game, I would say that's a little bit more than anything, Blank.
Yes, that's going to send them right up to 45 points total here, which is very, very nice. And like we said, like we estimated, it's a rough estimate of how many points you need to get in the Super Weekend, which is 38, and they're above that by 7. So this is a very, very good position to be. Game Lord once again showing off that beautiful jersey off in the round report here, with Seiko and Nano doing the old longest elim and top traveler justice. But I think if you're in these top 3 along the left-hand side, you're having a good game. We'll put it that way. But Victor, sometimes it really does feel like you can do the impossible, and I think with a slightly more on-target nade there towards the end, perhaps he even could have done.
Maybe it could have gone a different way, but either way, Game Lord still plays second with a load of eliminations, a load more points as well. They are head and shoulders above the rest of this lobby right now, and showing up today is absolutely phenomenal. On the other hand, the gauntlet has been laid for specifically Vamos, who only have 1 game left to play today. Unicorns of Love, Clear Visions, 5 Threats, RESQ, Eastern Stars even. These teams are now absolutely quaking in their boots as the day draws to a close. So do their chances to make it into the Super Weekend. 4 Romanian Boys may have just escaped that fate.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another interview with me, myself, Jason Kaplan, and this time we got Victor coming in from Game Lord. So first of all, thank you so much for joining me, and I want to go straight into this. We don't have a lot of time to talk, but I want to ask you right off the bat, what was your preparation like going into this first week here at PMPL?
So the preparation, we did a lot of scrims, and like 2 a day, so we were fully ready and confident to play the PMPL.
Okay, so you were confident to play, but maybe let me ask you about your style. Your game plan going into these first days, did you guys get to play the way you wanted to, or did you have to mix things up because of how the lobbies played?
We did some change since the last PMPL. Now we are playing more the edge, and we were able to play like we trained, so it was not a problem for us.
Well, I mean, obviously, right? You guys finished second off overall in points in the first 2 days of play. I mean, you guys had over 100 points. It was ridiculous. Do you think there's anyone on the team in particular that really played exceptionally well over the course of these first 2 days?
I think we all did good, but at the end we saw Narvalo and me as the top fragger of the teams. So maybe I would say the Narvalo and me.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said yourself, because I think you definitely deserved it as well. So in this event, right, you guys obviously had some time coming into it. Who were the teams, so keep in mind, like only think back to before the event began. Who were the teams to watch out for before you started playing in this event?
Okay, so I would say big, because they are very aggressive and they can surprise us. And also EST, because they have a lot of synergy and they are also very strong.
Well, we talked about the point threshold being around 38 points. That was our predicted bubble, or expected bubble of today. And it looks like Romanian Boys might have been able to propel themselves past that and get themselves safe here into our super weekend. We'll check in on that in just a little bit of time. But before we can even get to that, let's take a look at our match standings and see how many points Romanian Boys were able to get, as well as Game Lord, as they got 11 eliminations. So I know we were watching this and we were like, what was Navarro saying? Okay, Victor, your turn.
Yeah, it's just like a back and forth between. It's just like, hey, you know what, Victor, you can go on vacation. It's like, I don't think so. No, I'm still fragging out. It's a very interesting dynamic, right? And typically, you have always that one fragger that's maybe a little bit ahead of the other. I have the impression these two are like same level in terms of what they can bring to the table. It's absolutely insane. They're just this consistent at the end, and they're just having fun because they don't care. They just want the super weekend chicken dinners to get that money, right? Right now, they already know they're qualified. They're just having some fun in these games.
Yeah.
Just pure fun.
I mean, we're watching the map feed, right, and we're thinking, where are they going to move next, right? That's kind of what we're looking for a lot of these teams. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, kind of getting up to the later circles is a great little spot they can take on the high ground, you know, considering they're coming in from the northwest. Are they going to take that? No, they just go east, start sweeping other teams. I think they lost one person in that. So, I mean, if there'd have been 3 members alive going into those final circles against 4 Romanian Boys, maybe could have even taken the W, but who cares? They just... You get to watch these silly, ridiculous plays where they're just popping off every time. And as you say, this game is Victor's turn.
I can't wait to get to our overall standings, actually, to look at some really interesting things. But before we can get to that, still 5 threats, 0 points. They have so little matches left to go. They need to get their stuff in order if they want to qualify. And it seems like everything is slipping away. Yeah, this is me like trying to get them in order. Anyways, let's move past this for now. We'll come back to that in just a few moments. Let's talk about Romanian Boys. Hey, closing things out. A good win for them. Again, high pressure situation. You're up against Game Lord, who have really nothing to lose at all. You got Victor knocking on the front door saying oui, or however you say hello in French.
What?
I think I said yes.
That's not even remotely
yes.
close.
And then you see their stats for him. Keme still leading the charge here with 392 damage.
Yeah, still leading in charge a little bit. At least we've seen a little bit more of Poco. And I don't know how I can recover from that, actually. I just say, we is like, okay. But yeah, they're able to close it off. I think that there is a world still where Game Lords could have got that win. So I think that overall, 4 Romanian Boys were very, I don't know if I'd say the word lucky, but they were very fortunate with how things worked out at the end there. Because that initial knock that came out from Victor, if there was a follow-up from even more aggressiveness from Game Lord, I think that should have been potentially their win. But they get the res, they get back as a 3-man, they have a really strong position, they peek over Victor, they get the win. Good on 4 Romanian Boys, and we said it. If you're at the bottom in the league play, 1 win could be your ticket into the Super Weekend. This was their game, this is their ticket to their Super Weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Not the biggest eliminations, but you don't need it, right? As long as you're able to get yourself into a solid spot, as long as you're able to take out some of the teams that are kind of the barrier to them dealing with it. I mean, technically, I feel like Victor, being Victor, could have maybe even gone a little bit more aggressive off the last knock that he got there to just try and really pile on the pressure here to 4 Romanian Boys, who may have fallen under said pressure. But you know what? He said salut, which in French means goodbye, and you know, he kept on going.
Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I think maybe the strategy out of some teams is like, okay, we'll just let Game Lord eliminate everyone for us. We'll just stay alive and hide and wait, and then once he's done, then we'll either win or we'll lose, and we'll get a lot of points. But let's move on to overalls, right? This is what it's all about. Right now, or not right now, before we had FTY leading in first place. Game Lord have just propelled themselves up to 105 off these 2 matches.
I'm surprised by that, but I'm also equally as surprised by the fact through 2nd to 6th, there's 2 points.
Yeah.
So it's so even there. But yeah, Game Lord, these last 2 games has been absolutely splendid. It is difficult to deny their excellence, I think, here in this lobby.
Okay, I mean, we're talking a lot about Game Lord. I got to give some respect also to some other teams. Eventually, we're going to have to do that.
Sure.
Giants, yesterday, actually, the top fragger of yesterday's entire 4 games that they played was actually Salazar. And he was the top fragger of the entire lobby, actually, which is good. I think Salazar was maybe one of the more silent players. Unless you give him a buggy, then of course he's going to get frags. But at least throughout yesterday and today too, Salazar's been a pretty good step up. So I'm intrigued to see how that's potentially going to work out for them and for Salazar in particular in the Super Weekend, because he's been steadily improving over time, I have the impression.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the go-to for Giants. I think they realize they're not going to hit their full potential just yet because they only made their roster changes back in January. So just trying to get used to each other in a perfect situation to do so, you know, with the best teams from Western Europe. But now, gentlemen, second page. These are the other 8 teams that would be qualified if we stopped right now, though we still have more matches to come. And Vamos has been able to break through into top 16 at 26 points, and 4 Romanian Boys have propelled up to 45. Our threshold was originally 38. I mean, it's still technically possible, but I'm not 100% sure. It might be a little bit higher. It might be a little bit lower.
Yeah, I mean, going the rate that some of these teams are going down towards the bottom, I'm going to go lower. You know, I think we got, what, 2 games left? Some of these teams only have 1 game left, like Vamos, for example. This could get really, really dicey and very close in terms of the points.
I'm wondering how close it is between 16th and 17th. Is it like the infamous 1 point we keep having?
I think it's going to be 1 point.
Well, Max, if you ask for it, maybe it'll happen.
Do it, Max.
Please, Jason, please.
No, not ask me. Ask production.
Okay, production, please show us the bottom, please.
Why are you asking it in such a weird way?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either.
There's 1 point.
There's 1 point.
But look at this though, right? You're talking about the 1 point difference, but RESQ has 2 to play. 5 Threads has 2 to play. Clear Vision has 2 to play. Unicorns I Love have 2 to play. So Vamos in their final match, they better go big or they're going home.
And it's this match coming up, right? After that, you just got to sit there and hope your fate is not decided by some of the other teams. So this next match coming up, which will be on Erangel, has to be a big one for Vamos.
Yeah, and Doom are still going to be in this one, and they dropped Zaki last time. I'm not sure if that is something Doom are aware of, if we can still have that potential dynamic coming out. But just Vamos going to Zaki shows that we are in a position where we are not comfortable. We're not feeling confident going into these games. You just want to get a few placement points, enough eliminations if we can to hopefully just barely push into top 16. But they are definitely not feeling good so far. So it's down to the last game. As you said, they are not playing the last game of the day. So this next game here is going to be super important for them.
It's going to be biting nails, man. They're going to have any fingernails left after this. Like, imagine they get, 5 to 10 points. I still wouldn't feel safe with that. I would only feel safe with like maybe 15 points, knowing that Unicorns of Love could pop off at any time. The only upside I guess you have is that the fact that 5 Threads have never shown a massive game, and RESQ, they've only done that in the first day of play. So, I mean, kind of statistically, you're looking like you should feel a little bit more comfortable. But again, we'll see how many points they're going to get here. Before we do head to our commentators, though, Maxman, I have to ask you the question. Have you figured out how you're going to drink your monster today?
I haven't yet, and I need to go to the shops and stock up because I don't have any more.
Kalaris had a good idea, right? Because if you use a rice cooker, like the rice absorbs the water. If you cook the rice in Monster,
yes.
And I'm waiting for trying to put it with cereal. What's going on? I don't know. I think
I think my suggestion was perfectly legitimate. Yours with cereal was ridiculous.
I second that notion. But obviously, big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL Western Europe. But it is time to head into our match. Max, you have not many games left here to figure out what you will drink it out of, so you better get on it, son. But also, hopefully, you keep watching the matches because we need you to help break it down. All right, casters, take it away.
Okay, hi, we're here finally. It's on our faces. I have a suggestion blank for Max on how he can chug a monster on broadcast. He can do a shoey. Just put the monster into a shoe and drink it from the shoe.
Yeah, he could do that.
Easy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, he could definitely do that if he wanted to. I don't think he wants to though. From Vials was pretty out there, to be honest with you. That was one of the best things I've ever seen. You know what Max could do though is stop tweeting about anime whilst we're trying to tell the greatest show ever told on the show, in fact, which is about the Team Doom run for Super Weekend and get into the finals. Come on, my guy. Look, I know it's out there, but we gotta keep it real. We gotta keep it real.
That's why I put a reply on it going, anime story, because there's so many stories to be told, and you're right about this one. On the opposite end of the scale as well, Blanc, the story to be told for Vamos, right? They have to write their own history. They have one more chance to make it into the third Super Weekend. It is the definition of go big or go home.
Absolutely. I think for Vamos, it is very, very important right now that we hit those strides, get it going, because 16th place at the moment, you know, it's not the best place to be in, and with clear vision and unicorns of love breathing down your necks, you need to keep pumping up those points. Remember, we said the estimate was about 38 points, and right now, Vamos, they're off by about 14. I believe it is. No, not 14. Not 14. Not 14 at all. Look, I've got it all mixed up. It's 12. It's 12. I've put a +2 on there. I don't know why I've done that. Sorry, Vamos. It's only 12. Look, it's only 12. That's 6 points per game. Per game, guys. Actually, 12 points per game. They've already got 7 games. They've only got 1 left.
Exactly.
Oh my days. It's terrible. Okay, last chance saloon here.
You could say to an extent we need to also highlight a little bit of RESQ, not as heavily because RESQ only have 55 points in their Super Weekend, but you gotta think for Team Doom, if RESQ don't make it in as well, that is another team that you don't have to worry about as a moving target, right? It's just a team that you've just got to quietly step over in the third Super Weekend. So a lot of angles and storylines and plays. The playing path is pretty much split down the middle, going from south, west to northeast.
Very simple playing here, and with Vamos able to get into position nice and early, works out for them. Shockwave currently chasing them though, up towards Severny, so this could be an awkward start for the guys for Vamos should this continue to unfold.
Did you see where Team Doom dropped as well? They've dropped in Roshawk. They're looking for Vamos.
Yeah, they're looking for that hot drop, which is fair play to them. I mean, I think this is a smart move from Vamos though to head up towards that north side, try and circumvent that, knowing that, you know, you're not going to have big dropping up here in this game. So it is they're really all hands on deck at the moment, trying to avoid getting slammed upon. Again though, I don't personally think that this is the greatest solution to the problem, because as we know, Big oftentimes gets wrecked by Game Lord on their crossing back down again. So I think for Vamos, I think I'd much rather take the fight with Team Doom than with Game Lord right now.
With Real Tigers 9 also not in this game, Unicorns of Love have gone for a little bit more of a drop closer to Shelter and Prison area as opposed to Lipovka. One of the Game Lord players has gone a bit further down south from Yasnaya. I think, I really believe on purpose to maybe not only pick up a vehicle, but to get some early game information. With Phase 1, although centralizing, being a little bit more on the eastern side of the map, that hopefully will benefit Game Lord later on in the game. Of course, they don't need a full squad up, but just a highlight.
What is Rob's doing? Why is he down here? Oh my days, he's so far away from the rest of his team, and he's taking out players from Unicorns of Love. Oh dear me, this is not good. And again though, Unicorns of Love so easily read. It is the most simple thing. I mean, they're dropping towards this compound every single time. So I think for Rob's, it's just a case of extra elimination point for free. Okay, go on then.
Well, it was like, okay, second game of the day, Narvalo. Third game of the day, Victor. Fourth game, now it's Rob's turn to step up and get 8 to 10 to maybe 13 eliminations. He started off this game early with 1. Let's see if we can follow it up. It's just like they're kind of, you know, challenging each other. It's like anything you can do, I can do better.
Oh, just funneling points into one another, really, at this point. It's like, let's pad the stats of everyone on this team. You know, I don't think they need to really prove themselves to any other organization to get picked up from. I think they've already got a very nice spot, but padding the stats, it's always fun. You know, if you can be on top of all the leaderboards, and if you can be on top of all the leaderboards as a unit, even better. Just go for it. Clear vision towards the center of the map at the moment. Another team that's chasing at the moment. I'm going to quickly take a look where they're sat in the standings here, because they're currently 19th place with 20 points. So 18 points really required for that estimate to be hit, and then probably a little bit more as well, considering how hard a lot of these bottom teams are pushing. But they do have 2 games to do that in, unlike Vamos, who has only got this 1 game here. So if they go down early, it's curtains.
5 threats rolling through runes for the time being. They don't look like they're in the best spot from a looting standpoint. Snowix only has a level 1 helmet, level 2 vest, albeit. And it's something that 5 threats will want to be careful of. They're in a good spot for the time being. They'll be able to spread out a little bit from the cathedral area to get a bit of information towards the eastern side of the map. And Shockwave pulling off that typical Shockwave drop in Zarky.
Absolutely, and they don't really have to go anywhere from here. They've not been challenging out TJB recently either. Unicorns of Love moved down further south. Game Lord, in fact, it's just Rob, sorry. Rob's still continuing to chase them as a single player here, which it is so typical Game Lord, really, isn't it? You just got one guy taking on the world as per usual. Eastern Stars down towards Milta Power. They're a little bit safer right now off the back of some decent games, sat in 15th place with 30 points. Still a ways to go, but 2 games to do it, including this one. So it's looking okay for them for the moment. Giants still need to figure out this Pachinki drop and how they want to play around it. I still think they're losing players too early. And again, like I said, well, come finals, Pachinki is a hugely valuable spot. So you don't want to be wasting any of the juicy amounts of rotational advantage you have from that area to early deaths.
Yeah, what I feel with Giants is that we haven't, for quite a decent period of time, we haven't seen that full, strong team game from them, right? They've popped up in moments such as Ulysses, maybe Salazar, that Maxman highlighted on the desk. But where's that team performance been? Yeah, okay, you could turn around and say, well, Game Lord hasn't had to get. They're having fun. I feel like Giants still need to prove themselves a little bit more in that regard, and I'm being starved from that strong Giants gaming team game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just looking back on them as UDR killers, I remember a moment very vividly where they were making a crossing on Miramar as a unit, and it was to win the game. They had some excellent smoke play with Pokers playing unreal off angles, but it was all about supporting one another on the push, and a lot of that that play didn't happen unless there was like that support from one another on the team members. And you're right, that team play just isn't really coming into effect at the moment. Again, they're a team that's safe. But you know, it's a comfortable safe, but I don't want Giants to be comfortable. I want them to push themselves, because I know they can do better than this, and they still remain to be one of my favorite teams within Western Europe, just purely because of the improvements they've made over such a long time, and they're still here as players. I think that's what excites me the most about them.
They're the kind of team that for whatever reason they kind of pull at your heartstrings, good or bad. You know, they really kind of mess with your emotions to an extent. At least that's what I find with them for me, and I've commentated them like you over the last couple of years in many tournaments. For Romanian Men, though, swinging through Headshot Hills, they do have 5 threats to the north of them in Watertown. They have Giants to the south of them just outside Pachinki, but they do have plenty of space to cross on in. Clear Vision have moved away from school and apartments, gone a little bit closer to the center of circle on that compound that's a little bit down from Potato Hill, as you can see right now.
I think PENTA, Swat 69, looking to make a move soon at least. Super Young Ross is still playing from the back of Primorsk, just skirting this coastline. Players are going down. I think that is 5 threats up towards the top side, maybe getting knocked onto 4 Romanian Men.
Being traded though, Blank Luna gets knocked, not a confirmation. It's positive for 4 Romanian Men that they at least trade on a knock to provide a bit more time to reset themselves up for either a counter grenade. But on the other side, it's Ulysses of Giants to get the knock on the Redux.
Yeah, so 5 threats currently holding their own at the moment. One thing I'm keeping an eye on towards the top side of the map. Oh, Sarah goes down to shots from Ulysses. The Giants coming together here. It's always good to see. I'm keeping an eye on Vamos over towards that north side. They were being held out just slightly by Shockwave, but they've headed further towards the east, and this circle really does help them out a lot here with it heading very, very far north.
Game
Wow,
Nord.
superhero landing, okay.
Game Nord just going for a crazy split down, and now they do face these stars and seeing the elimination feed, but Giants just want to take full control of this western side of the map. Gets a knock onto one of the 5 threats players. Sarah yet to be finished up, but he will bleed out, of course, in due time. 5 threats, they are not absolutely down to full squad. Snowix is revivable, but he is on his own on that off angle.
It's a little bit of a tough one. TJB moving it for that box compound. RESQ similarly have moved off of Rozhok Island. A lot of teams still yet to make it into the circle on the eastern side of the map. Very, very barren at the moment, with Game Lord currently still sweeping a lot of the teams over there who wish to get in. Eastern Stars just thinking to themselves, why aren't Unicorns love leaving? Like, we want to get a move on from Mill to Power. We don't want to stay out here forever. But it's sad because Unicorns Love just can't really get in right now. Nano will pick up Snowix, who was on the floor, and Giants continue to push forward over towards 5 threats position.
RESQ go for what is arguably in theory safe rotation on northern side of the river, but because of that phase 2 shift and just how teams have converged around, with Shockwave being a little bit slower on the rotation, TJB and Vamos, they're not in the safest spots on the northern side of the river. TJB to the left, Shockwave to the right.
Looking at this though, Clear Vision finally find themselves that central position they love themselves to be in. Unicorns of Love starting to make their way up purely by the fact that SWAT 69 just starting to crunch them slightly on that southern edge as they make their way over that eastern bridge. TJB, another team that I think is really just having fun with it at the moment. I mean, they've been playing some crazy splits at the moment. I think this Super Weekend will tell a lot. To be honest with you, even in that Super Weekend, I'm not expecting TJB to really change up their gameplay too much. I do think that that's going to come towards the finals, and when finals rocks around, that's when I can clearly say that either TJB is an insane team or TJB is an insanely good team.
Donner was knocked. Dulbar, should I say, was knocked, revived back up. I haven't seen Dulbar play in these games as much as maybe I would like to see. A lot of pressure for RESQ in this game, in this fight specifically. But Tick is at least going to relieve a little bit of that pressure with a knock and allow RESQ to respond accordingly. They're pushing in. Yeez is on the off angle, so they do need to be careful of that. Blood is on the top floor of the high building. Then is going to peek on through, go for the pre-fire shots with the Uzi. Lanix. Cody goes down. It's going from bad to worse as Dulbar gets knocked. Blood on the roof side is going to be able to trade up. Lanix is going to get the swivel knock onto Blood. And that is one player left for RESQ. Tick on his own in a 1v2.
Yeah, moving to the higher ground. Langex just finishing off players at the moment. It's a nice top side position from Blood, I'll give him that. Team Doom take a knock and a flush to Unreal, and Giants finish out the player from 5 threats in Talon. But with this circle heading back up towards that Rozhok Island again, that's what I'm saying. This circle just really loves to stay same old for the majority of the day. Vamos taking shots now down towards the guys from TJB as they clean out this fight between them and RESQ.
Same old with the circle. Same old with RESQ getting blown to smithereens, down in 15th place with, I think, maybe 1 elimination point. It's not really going to be enough, and it puts a lot of pressure on them in the final game of the day. Super Young roster swinging through Pachinki to make it in through the southern edge of the circle. You have Headshot Hills, a bit of a solid priority inside this phase 3.
It's a good place to be, Imperium. I'd enjoy it myself. Super Young roster making their rotation up towards that western side, with TJB still on that north, but it's Vamos who have to make their way down.
Yeah, Vamos. they're still going as a full squad. That's important, but you're right about TJB being a little bit close by to them. Giants still around the Headshot Hills, Watertown area. They pretty much eliminated the guts of two teams in that area. I don't know exactly when 5 threats went down, but as far as I know, it was at the hands of Giants. So that's 5 threats once again, like RESQ, under a lot of pressure coming into the final game of the day. PENTA, super young roster for the southwestern edge of the circle, outside of Ruins. It's going to be hairy scary.
Absolutely for them. Taking shots over towards PENTA as they move down. Super young roster with heavy split along the way, trying to support one another. Manu gets flushed out here. Gnarly will continue to make that approach. Vamos is playing this game extra slow at the moment, and fair play to them. They know they need the points, but I don't think that you can dally on this northern edge when you need 12 points total to make it into this one. We look at them, they still got 4 players alive. And I say that, but they keep getting saved by the bell here with these little shifts, and this could be it. And I mean, Team Doom must be feeling extra sad about this, considering that they changed their drop spot, and because of that, they're favored. This is awkward, though. Look at all these teams on the southern edge. I know I was talking about Vamos for quite a while there, but this is unreal. This is going to cause so much pandemonium across the map, across the players. I don't think anyone's going to be making it into this circle comfortably.
Something in the air and Marvello pull off between the circles, just kicking the team in the face. It's not easy indeed, and you're dead right. Nobody's going to have a positive journey into the edge of the circle. Unicorns Love are able to at least get 2 players in it. Looks like Daddy and Icy healing up in the blue for the time being. Back in the vehicle, he'll go to make it into the edge of the circle, hopefully with his teammate. But Eastern Stars are somewhat chasing them to an extent. They're following in our path lines on that eastern side.
Team Doom slowly losing more and more of their players here, Imperium, so it's not good at all for them. And realistically, I keep saying this team is one that needs momentum, you know. They needed to kind of put up an 80-pointer during this league play to almost give that vote of confidence to themselves. They could do it again in the Super Weekend, but twice as hard. So it's really, really difficult for them going forward. And again, they will in fact have a moving target with 4 Romanian Boys coming into the Super Weekend, I can almost guarantee. So rough days ahead for this team, and the prophecy is looking more and more unlikely to be fulfilled.
If Kalaris has ever had a bigger task in really using his prophecy powers, then God, I don't know what to say. But either way, PENTA going to be crashed upon by Vodafone. Giant Salazar dropped. Ulysses dropped. Pocus now the last player up with the Pachunk DBS in his hands. It is definitely a close quarter combat weapon that is going to be able to be utilized, but the pre-fire shots, PENTA gets the squad wipe.
Finishing off Giants there after a botched crash on the compound again. It was always going to be difficult though, especially from that southwest side. Luckily, PENTA's able to hold them off. Super young roster rocking up right next to them though, hearing these shots, maybe looking to pick up this position, grab some more vehicles on their way, but it looks like they're already bloody stocked up here, Imperium.
It does certainly look like that. Hamodi cooking up an aid, opens the door, gonna send it towards the Wasp. Bit of an awkward angle to connect, but it does get close, not enough to do any damage. A suppressing nade can do as much work as a connecting nade. I will say that much, and it allows Super Young roster to get closer and closer to the buildings, but they don't know exactly where the players of PENTA are, so pushing in is risky, and with an off-angle third party for Shockwave, Super Young roster need to just slow down a bit.
Yeah, just a wee bit. I mean, PENTA, they're having a rough time of it. That's a nice nade through the window. That could catch Muzi off guard. Luckily, he's able to sidestep that one. Super young roster still holding on now. Vamos slowly moving down in the next circle. Again on their side of the map.
I don't know,
Goodness me. It has been foretold that Vamos will make it in. Padwas does go down. Super young roster, they're crashing now.
Muzi's gonna get knocked. Hamodi's there to save the day. Ali's knocked, but the majority of the fight has been won by Super Young roster. Just one player left.
Hey up.
Lando finishes it off. That kind of caught me off guard. I was like, what the hell is he doing there?
Just chilling, you know, he was sunbathing just a little bit, but you know, those rays can be deadly. That's why you always have to wear sunscreen and a Kevlar vest, apparently. We will have Vamos, though, looking down towards SWAT 69. Find some shots through, but I don't think SWAT 69 are even aware of the danger coming from the back.
I think Eastern Stars coming into this game know how much of a threat they are in terms of not making it into the third super weekend, because they're up as a full squad. They've got 5 elimination points so far. They're being very controlling. The Romanian brethren, 4 Romanian boys swinging in a little bit closer on the eastern side, but it is low ground, so it probably will be a little bit less of a focus for them.
But Vamos, one player. After all of that favouring from the circle, they have been so passive on this northern edge, and it just makes me feel like they're afraid. And you need to be more like Game Lord in these situations where nothing can spook you, nothing sends you fleeing away from the scene of the crime, which was that last Erangel. And I think for Vamos, this might just be it for them. I mean, they've got one single player to put up 12 points, and that would require a second place. And if not, a fewer limbs. And realistically, without anyone to support Florin, I just don't see it happening. He just does not have the chops on him like Narvalo.
They're not doing it. I'm sorry. I very, very, very rarely say that, but it's not happening. Circle luck can only take you so far, and you can see it's going to be most likely the end of the road for Vamos. This game goes on. Eastern Stars are 6 elimination points, still up as a full squad. They have to move a little bit closer to stay in control. I think they've allowed 4 Romanian boys to crest on the edge of the hillside for quite a while, but Doran gets a shot into the final SWAT 69 player.
It's good stuff. We'll clean them out. 1 elimination for SWAT 69 in 10th place. Good stuff there, but Eastern Stars, again, always by the skin of their teeth, starting to turn it on. I mean, fair play. Maybe they just want to chill out for the first day and maybe the second day for about half of it. And then once that coffee kicks in, then they're set to go. 4 Romanian boys looking to send some nades over the top. They're making it much further here too, but they will have to contend with Eastern Stars themselves. Again, 4 Romanian boys, any more points here in this game would be lovely. But with 0 eliminations, you know, they are cutting it a little bit fine with the points they have. I mean, that bubble can always move. And realistically, if they go out here 0 points, it is a scary prospect.
Oh, I get that. I still think 45 is safe, but I understand where you're coming from. They want to pad that cushion a little bit more. The fight between the 2 Romanian teams is on. A nade is sent up. Lau's on a sliver of health. One of the 4 Romanian boys players just backs off, and I think Octavian is going to be able to take advantage of that. But a nade in his direction will send him down to a sliver of health. Lau was knocked. Poco's knocked. The revive is coming off, but that is not the time to pull off a revive. Eastern Stars going to send it in. The return fire is there. 1 more is left, and 4 Romanian boys, they go out at the same time as Vamos.
So both our 2 teams that we are scared for both go out in similar places. 7th place there will set 4 Romanian boys with 3 points on this one, so that hits them up to 48, so at least they didn't go out with 0, and now they're in a much safer position. Teams will still chase that for as many points they can get, but I don't think at this point in time with Rescue 5 threats, Clear Vision at 20 points, and Unicorns are low with 18 at the beginning of this game, are really capable of chasing that number at this point in time.
I'm just putting this out there. Robs is still alive from Game Lord. Just putting it out there. I said it was his turn in this game. Of course, it's going to be easier said than done with the likes of Eastern Stars and TJB around him. He's yet to be spotted. A knock onto lane, a hell of a lot of damage onto LAN X, allows Eastern Stars to push on in. They're going for 10 eliminations and counting. Can they get the shots onto TJB? Goes for the bait. Kapahala, I see what you're doing, playing with your food right now. As he's going to look to try and jump out, possibly. He is. He's going to be able to get the knock into Kapahala.
Athis goes down from Seiko. Like I said, Kapahala is down on bended knee. Yiz slowly tumbles his way down the side of the slope there, but it's Lang X, Yiz, and Lin still trucking. And Rob's by his lonesome. Maybe they're just taking it in turn at going solo at these games, honestly. That wouldn't be surprising. Like, see how far you can get just as a solo. We'll just go get ourselves absolutely murdered on the eastern side, and then you do what you need to do. Because it could be funny having 3 wins with 3 solos under our belt. That would be a nice accolade, wouldn't it? And I think that is really the funny thing for Game Lord, is now it's about achievement hunting.
Yeah.
And that is something you do in a single player game, not here in an international esports tournament.
I didn't realize Octavian had been kind of whittled down to 1 player, but no more. Guess what? Robs gets the elimination point onto Octavian. He has to move into the circle. TJB do have the best spot. They're inside the circle. They have all the sightlines on Shockwave. Can Robs be the difference maker, not only for himself, but for Shockwave?
10 limbs here. This is typical TJB fashion of just having these shaky games, then suddenly having games that look more solid than anything I've seen before, so properly concrete. And I think that it is just what you need to see from this team, just to give yourself that reinvigorating sense of hope. Because I do sometimes worry for TJB, and then other games are like, no, we are good. Like, we just don't play like this all the time.
Shockwave had a bit more of an action-packed game than I initially thought coming into this end game when I saw their position. But with 7 elimination points, they definitely fought for their spot and fought for their time to close out a game in this 4th game of the day. Been a good league week 3 for them, but they're going to need to continue to carry it forward. Shots on the Terminus will put them under pressure. 2 of the Shockwave players are pushing forward, keeping 1 in the back, pushing 2 forward. That's a good idea from Shockwave. They want to make something out of this, but unfortunately, the knock comes through into Terminus. Ripped has made it in, along with Seiko. Sorry?
Yeah, go on, sorry. Go on.
In the meantime, Robs is looking to do some damage from above. The knock comes in. Robs gets it.
I was saying, Game Lord have managed to get their player up on high, and this is a perfect position to be in. Rob starts to creep up. I'm pretty sure TJB have a good idea of their position. Molotov will keep them back for the time being, but he starts to need to get some knocks here. With TJB split on the slopes like this, he can start isolating fights.
Oh, he gets it. He gets 1. Looks for the second. Turns around and in. Can he come through in the end? Robs is going to play it on in. He gets the knock, but he's down to sliver of health. Lanex comes in. He's going to go for the drop shot. Can he get it? Not quite. TJB will claim the chicken dinner, but what an effort from Robs.
The fact that it looked close is more than anything that should have happened in that situation, and that is Game Lord all over, is that it should never have come to this. TJB, though, finished this game out strong with a total of 12 eliminations. On top of that, 27 points total for the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Really, really nice stuff, but this is the end of the road for Vamos. Not getting enough points at all here to make it into the Super Weekend, and that'll leave them open to anyone who wants to chase them. But realistically, where are the chasers? And I think we'll find that out in our next game.
And I appreciate the fact that Vamos adjusted their drop spots, but unfortunately, if they didn't come into it with preparation behind those alternative drop spots, they had more confusion around the positions they were holding down, and they were just too passive. And TJB with 12 eliminations, 3,000 damage, Blank.
Yeah, that's what I was Jesus-ing at. It's a ridiculous number on the top side there. I mean, they were taking fights with practically everyone. 12 eliminations, though. I mean, they did... They didn't get the most eliminations in the world, but I think they did that hefty chunk of the work for a lot of other teams in terms of getting some of those knocks, getting some of those flushes, Rob sealing a few away from them as well. But yeah, a very, very good game from TJB. Again, it's this strange style, and I don't think we see many other teams actually imitating this one. So nobody can steal the TJB style.
They are certainly a very unique team so far in this PMPL EU West. It's a 4-man TJB round report. It's Lin, Yiz, and then Rob's in the end, because always Game Lord needs to have at least 1 player there.
Absolutely, you got to have 1 player from the Game Lord, but I do like the Lin Yiz, which I can't even say very fast. It's almost impossible. But there you go, very, very good stuff. And Lin with 1100 damage is quite chunky indeed, and I think this guy has been playing very, very well in recent tournaments too, and it's nice to see him pop up here.
Indeed, TJB closing out the 4th chicken dinner of the day. Nice to see them show us what they can potentially do. Let's go for a break and back to the desk.
That's right. What a game. Unbelievable. I cannot believe we finally see TJB get themselves a victory north of the river. However, for Game Lord, how do they keep making this happen here, Max? It's ridiculous.
It was... Oh.
That's...
Is he back?
Oh.
Hello. We can hear you fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just continue then.
Okay.
All right, we're back. All right, I'll take over this. What is this, Gladiator Day for Game Lord? I mean, it's like, all right, every match you get to solo and try to see how much you can do. So far, we've had, what, Victor take the win before? Like, we're getting some ridiculous stuff happening right now within the team. Well, maybe not the victory, but still, I mean, they're each having their individual moments. Now it's Akashi's turn, I feel like, Max.
Yeah, I was about to say it's Akashi's turn, but they're not playing the last game. So, no, unfortunately, he can't. I'm sure he would. He would frag out if he could, but he's not playing. So, a little break for him. But, yeah, as said by Blanca at the end of that game, right, that's the end of the road for Vamos. So, we'll have to look how close it actually is for them. But they just played so passively. And the word would be to use right now is scared. They just didn't want to play. They were playing for placement points, hoping to get just enough to make it through, but it just didn't quite work out at the end. And it's just a play that can work out sometimes, but here just didn't work out. Out of 1 point, that's all they get.
We're going to quickly go through match rankings because I want to see Floof some more. No, I'm kidding. TJB, 27 points. I mean, obviously, they were going to be through anyways. East Stars, they're through as well. Shockwave, they should be through. Game Lord, we know we're through. I mean, there's so many teams on this front page that are for sure going to be making it into our third and final Super Weekend. But also great for TJB to show that individual prowess. I know we've talked about this so many weeks now, and that question you posed originally, Cars, of is TJB just cruising? And at first we're saying, yeah. I still want to say, yeah, they're kind of just cruising, but I'm really starting to lean towards like, this is just TJB now. Like, yeah, they can pop off once in a while, but they're not going to have that Game Lord or Panda-esque kind of domination.
You know, one of the crazy things, I mean, they had so much room on the west side of this circle, north of the river. One of the teams that could have posed a threat to them had they moved early was Vamos, of all teams. Like, they could have moved from, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, for TJB on the west side here, they had a lot of room to work with. it got close towards the end. I'm surprised he went for the drop shot to try and deal with Robs here, quite honestly. But Robs was in the perfect position to try and clutch that out, dealing with Lin on the high ground while the other two were kind of on the low ground for the majority of that battle that was ongoing. But yeah, good to see TJB round this out.
There was actually two ways you could have potentially played that, right? Is or you eliminate Lin on the high ground and you just take control of the high ground position and just peek over the ridge, or you eliminate who's on lower ground and you use that ridge as defense. So both plays are completely viable for Robs, and you tried to play one. Unfortunately, 1v3 is still rather complicated play, so don't really bother too much about that. It is fine. You still gave it his best shot, but on the bottom page, we're seeing RESQ down there a lot. We're seeing Unicorns of Love down there a lot, and Vamos. This was their last game. Then you get 1 point. As you said, right, it's not what you want. And 5 threats too. We're seeing the bottom teams that need good games to close off today not having good games, which is making it very scary to see who's going to be actually able to make it barely in top 16.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, to be honest, I want to see overalls, but we have a little bit of groundwork to do before we can get to that. It's it's really troubling times, but I think we've also been talking about the fact that Team Doom going to be qualified. They have a massive amount of points they need to catch up on and still continue to chase the lead of other teams. But before we get to that, we'll talk about that in overalls. Let's look at TJB player stats and see who was stepping up for the team. Floof, if you could step up any day for me, you're always stepped up. And well, okay, Floof, can you make a noise for 2 players over 1,000 damage?
No, please God, she's like a car alarm today. I don't.
Yeah. Come on.
She's like, Floof, calm down, please. But yeah, so that will be the Floof noise for this one. Lin and Yiz. What a great performance they've been able to put in here. Surprisingly, GK first not having the easiest time. I mean, I think he fell early, right, Max?
Yeah, he fell really early. I think it was during their early rotation away from Northern Georgia, and I think they had a fight potentially with, what was it, RESQ, potentially even a play from Shockwave, I believe it was. So there was a few teams definitely slowing down that rotation from happening, and I think that GK first just got caught in the crossfire. It's unfortunate, it does happen, but he has stepped up big time in like week 2 in particular, so I'm not really too scared about that. But Lin and Yiz, it's good to see them back a little bit, so I'm pretty happy about that, and especially I want to see them more aggressive, right, in these games. They're sure they can get the placement points, they're sure they can get to the late game, but this in particular is a game that I want to see more of from them.
Okay, well, for I believe 3rd time today, we're going to look at Game Lord player stats. This time, obviously, our attention is going to be focused towards a different player. It's going to be towards Robs. Only 750 damage, only 4 eliminations, but he was so close to being able to clutch that out at the end.
The fact that, again, they keep proving, as you say, that like any individual player on this team can almost clutch. I mean, even get to a 2nd place alone, never mind potentially winning a game. That's nuts. So, I mean, Game Lord, yes, of course, maybe some people get bored of us having them as the focal point here throughout these games, but it's very well deserved. And again, going into the final, I imagine this is going to be a trend that continues.
Looking at the PMPL Turkey and how things are going right there, like I think there's a very clear consensus that Turkey is, as a lobby, a little bit higher potentially than what we see in the Western European region, right? This is the team that I think can easily rivalize, if not potentially overtake some of the top teams of that region. So the European Championship is going to be insane. Of course, they need to make it, which it seems very likely they will qualify in the top 8 teams of the league finals. But this team, they're ready for the next level of PMPL, and the championship is shaking in their boots right now because Game Lords are coming.
Yeah, the thing is, for me, I want to have that confidence in them as well. And I think a part of me does. I think I've just been burned too many times in the past with some of the teams that we sent through to the EMEA Regional Championship, the EU Regional Championship. I expected them to perform so much better than they actually did in the end. But I mean, I will say this, and I'm pretty sure I can say with confidence, and you guys should agree, that Western Europe versus like just Turkey in general right now, like there is a difference in skill because Turkey has so many dominating teams. We saw just in PMGC last year too. So it's going to be tough, but I'm excited to see Game Lord take on the challenge if they do qualify, obviously. But let's take a look at overalls now. Some teams have finished out all 8 matches. We talked about Vamos. They should be out of top 16, unfortunately. But Game Lord just continuing to grow this lead, 121 points.
Why not? I guess, just keep popping. It's great. It's a little bit of a shame that they're not in this next match, because I would have liked to see even more Game Lord pop in, but not to be. So congratulations for them for yet another ridiculous league stage.
All right, 2nd page. We don't need to talk about the first page here, Max. This is what it's all about. Clear Vision have snuck by into 16th place at 28 points. Real Tigers 9 UK. I mean, they're still kind of susceptible. Depends on how close other teams are. And well, I mean, RESQ needs to have a pop-off. 5 Threats needs to have a pop-off. So does Unicorns of Love if they do want to catch up to this. But
Danger.
Our eyes are going to be turned on to Clear Vision. Like, if they stay alive, then I don't think there's a chance for 5 Threats to catch.
I don't think so. I mean, Clear Vision currently in 5th position, so not really scared at all. I mean, not scared at all when it comes to making it into the league finals, right? It's just that opportunity to get potential chicken dinners, which really Clear Vision and Unicorns of Love were looking at. Unicorns of Love technically can still make it. 5 threats, rescue, as we said, we got that big pop-off performance. You can still qualify, but it's unfortunate to see some teams struggle sometimes to qualify. Eastern Stars was only 48 points, right? They barely qualified by, what, 1 point in week 1? It is weird to see these performances from our normally star teams, but they're putting a reverse footballist, as we called it, right? Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars, a little bit weird here.
Here's the main thing to take away from this next game, though, right? Rescue and 5 threats. If they don't have pop-off moments in this next game, we could potentially just be fighting in the Super Weekend for 1 spot when it comes to the overall finals here in Western Europe. That's kind of crazy.
I think, though, what I'm really interested in looking at is, like, what's the mentality now if you're rescue, if you're 5 threats? For rescue, I mean, they've already had some points on the board, so it is possible for them to qualify if they can get through top 16 here. But what do you do? Do you try to take fate into your own hands? Do you drop onto some other teams to look for some easy limbs? Do you just try to play purely for placements, hoping the teams that are above you get knocked out? Like, there's so many decisions, there's so much pressure you're under in this situation.
For me, given the situation, given that neither team's really had a great performance since, well, especially Rescue, like, aside from Rescue day 1, other than that, it's not been great. I think you see the circle pop, you find yourself a central position as fast as possible, you hunker down, and you pray.
Yeah, you got 2 different approaches, right? You got some teams that are going to try and aim for the win, aim for those top 3 finishes, or you're going to see what we saw from Amos last game, right? Just play edge, play scared, try and get a few placement points, maybe a few eliminations if you're lucky, but we'll have to see going into the game how they drop and how they play early on, and we'll have a very, very concise idea of how things are going to roll out.
Well, we are just about a minute away till we get into the game, but really quickly, let's take a look at the schedule one last time in this league play. Miramar, final match of the day. Group A sitting out, as you saw. That does have Vomeless in it, does have Game Lord in it, does have super young roster and SWAT 69. There's so many teams here, their final chance to make that big push here. It's going to be tough. It's going to be exciting to watch, though. I hope everyone out there is ready to see what's exactly going to happen with our key teams. Let's throw it over to our commentators, as Fluke's going to be watching with a careful eye.
Plenty of others as well. We are looking down the barrel of a difficult game for so many teams. Fortunately, though, the dominant force over the last couple of games is not playing this one. Game Lord are going to give someone else a chance to get first or second.
Yeah, the Eye of Sauron to an extent, not in this final game, so there is a bit of an opportunity for more teams to shine. Less points to be sponged up, right? So a bit more of a distribution possibly. I kind of want to see RESQ get into the third Super Weekend, just to make that fight for the final spot a little bit more exciting, right? You know, the more teams that are able to challenge for it, the more entertaining, the more dramatic it is. So either 5 threats or RESQ would definitely be a positive coming into the third Super Weekend. Unfortunately, I don't know if they have what it takes to do it. It's close, but I just don't know if they have it.
Well, we'll only have one game to find out, right? But let's take a look at it from perspective of a team that we're pretty certain is going to qualify for this Super Weekend, right? Team Doom, in 0 points in the overall standings. When you look at Super Weekend standings right now, they're one of the 2 teams that hasn't made it so far. They're going to be going into this one. The question is, who do they want to come in with them, right? They are looking, the prime target for them to get into this next Super Weekend with them is 5 threats. 5 threats is the other team that has 0 points. So at this point, if 5 threats can get in as well, that gives Team Doom a better chance of getting one of those spots in that finals, which is really what they're looking at here. So if 5 threats can make it, that's great news. If RESQ go down, that creates a hard barrier for them to leapfrog. I think it's 71 points. Overall, we know Vamos cannot make it into the Super Weekend. We also know that Vamos currently sits in 17th overall, meaning they're guaranteed not to make it into those finals. 71 points is the threshold if RESQ can't make it for Team Doom. If they can bring 5 threats along with them and RESQ don't make it in, there is that sort of that barrier that they will be aiming for directly.
It it's kind of, if RESQ don't make it, it's essentially it's a non-moving target overall, and if RESQ do make it in, it technically becomes a moving target because RESQ are going to be much closer to overtaking Vamos's spot on the amount of points they're on at the moment, which is 55, right? So yeah, you are dead right. If I was Team Doom, I was possibly look to jump on RESQ. Doesn't seem to be the case overall, but they are close to RESQ. RESQ have gone to San Martin, which is Game Lord's normal drop spot.
What's that going on in the northwest corner there? There's a cabal of players.
TJB and XTEAM.
Oh, 5 threats though. Right next to Penta. Unicorns of Love just over the road. Neighbors, but there's certainly bad blood here. Penta trying to move through. They know, everybody knows what's going on right now. Unicorns of Love should be aware that there's multiple players here. Question is, do they know it's 2 teams? As soon as those guns start firing, they'll know. And with that, the shots have been spotted. Balls caught out. Not caught out, catching out one of the 5 threats players through a window. Was absolutely nails the shots. SnowX in the back room with the shotgun, not going to be able to do anything, and 5 threats are tumbling like flies. And Tho up top has been a survivor for the squad. But right now, it's just him and Talon remaining.
Unicorns of Love need to get involved now. Well, Penta are focused solely on 5 threats. Unicorns of Love, they've already swept across the road. They can now sweep in from behind. Penta might think they're the footsteps of 5 threats. Either way, they can make a big impact, not only on 5 threats, but on Penta.
They're moving forwards. They want to pick up the back foot of this fight. Talon down. 5 threats, 1 player left. Team Doom, most likely now, not going to have that accompaniment of a 0-point team with them in the Super Weekends. As Antho left 1 remaining. And again, if they go down here, they will be fully eliminated, not only from this Super Weekend, but from the tournament. So Antho is all that stands between them and that fate.
Shots being played out by Icy, nearly connects onto the Wasp, not quite. Muzi as well takes a lot of damage. So Penta, they're on 2 eliminations so far. The third one yet to be confirmed, by the way, of 5 threats, but he is bleeding out. Moving on over, we have XTEAM going up against TJB in a very weird area of the map for engagements. Right, you don't normally see 2 teams dropping in this spot. I don't think I've seen XTEAM go here. I don't know if it's intentional, but yeah, we're seeing a fight break out between these 2 teams.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I was just re-scanning over the leaderboards for those Super Weekends as well, and thinking which teams would be the most dynamic to drop out at this stage. A nice nade over towards Penta as I'll come back to that. And they do pick up another flush. Penta taking that hit. 4 Romanian Boys likely to get in this next time around. I mean, we saw their win earlier for 4 Romanian Boys. They are going to be getting into this Super Weekend and starting it on 71 points. That barrier will go up. They're currently in 16th place. The teams that are sat above them, not looking to get in right now, Unicorns of Love, 302 points. No way they don't make it in. So that really doesn't even come into play overall.
Exactly.
On that front. So it is a very, very difficult situation for Team Doom, even once they've made it.
They are getting somewhat still close to RESQ. They're behind them, so they're, I don't know if intentionally, but they're chasing them to an extent. TJB also hunting down the players of XTEAM. Mariva came through. Syux gets the drop knock on the lane. So now it's just 2 players left for TJB and XTEAM up to 3.
Yeah, but he's got DBS, so basically 3 players at least up those stairs. For years. Do they know there's a player still up there? They've got to. They've got to, right? They've heard the ka-chunk chunk.
But I think GK had fired a couple of shots, so they might have been distracted by GK, and aided being cooked out towards those yellow buildings. Doesn't do any damage, but hopefully will slow XTEAM down. That's a lovely nade by Dimiante. By Bimiante is.
Ah, okay. See, that was the issue. There was also a DBS downstairs.
There you go. And DBS always cancels out another DBS.
That's what I've heard. GK first. Last player for TJB. Looking all right, though, for this Super Weekend to be able to get on in. And even if they weren't, they're looking fairly safe in the overall standings in those Super Weekends. 2-2-3 points right now overall. Should be fairly safe. I think we're looking at a fairly guaranteed 2 Super Weekend team to be on the bubble right now.
Wouldn't be wrong. I haven't really talked too much about phase 1 because of the action that's been going down up on the northern side of the map. It's a very southern phase 1 circle. Even though XTEAM win out this fight, they do have a bit of a journey to travel to make it into phase 1. They can play on the western side of the road, and it's a very much straight path line. One thing I love about this phase 1, John, is that it threatens Los Higos Minas del Sur Island finish.
I mean, it threatens it, but I feel like that's a fairly empty threat, certainly this early.
Look. Last game, it looked like it was going to be a south of the river finish in around Rosok, and it ended up finishing on the north. We've had a tiny mini island outside of Watertown finish today. The way I look at it, anything can happen in today's games, John. Like, you know, if there's a day for it to happen, it's today.
I'm pretty sure Trazen's going to win this game as well. I think that's it's his turn, right?
No, it's Akassi's turn. Come on.
Ah, okay, that's fair.
I gotta keep up.
Gotta do it. Big on the road at the moment on the northeast side, just southwest of La Bendita. Trying to eke their way into the circle. No teams have gone super far south just yet. Clear visions. Caught up in Picardo, going to be leaving southwards, as most of these other teams will be as well. Real Tigers 9, looking all right. Eastern Stars, out this close to Seco here. I wonder if... Oh, no, wait. No. That was false perspective there. He was in a vehicle. I thought he was driving around. There we go. Athis, though, there's no way you get away from that. Terminus will get flushed. Eastern Stars pick up an elimination and another knockover onto Ripped as well from the play zone.
That's going to allow Eastern Stars to push more heavily forward, slow Shockwave down. I am a little bit surprised, by the way, that more teams didn't go for an earlier southern rotation. I feel like this game, I know the playing path was quite heavily up north, but I'm still a bit surprised that a lot of teams have been slow to rotate in this game so far. 4 Romanian Men have the southwest of Los Leones all to themselves. Phase 2 is about to pop up. Please continue down south. Oh no, John, my heart and my soul. Broken.
You'll live, mate. You'll be all right. Get over it. We're getting into...
Fair enough. Jesus.
We're getting into this phase 2 now, as teams will start to have to center up. Near Chumacera, if clear visions go down early, there is potential for Antho to be able to sneak his way in. Unicorns love as well, if they're able to keep on going and steal that 16th place spot. That's a lot of events that all need to happen at the same time. Mihi waiting to receive and will be able to take on a player from FTY. Escape up the stairs as well. Beast close by. Going to try and move in for some backup. Shinyo and Nox moving up the stairs. They know he's there. There's nowhere else he can be. And Mihi goes down.
Good response from FTY. Not automatically going for the revive allowed them to push more forward and get that knock into Mihi, whereas if they had instantly gone for the revive, Mihi would have played around FTY more, and then the rest of the big team would have been there to support and get some crossfire on. So good play by FTY. Fortunately, Mihi was just too heavily split from the rest of the team, and that can happen sometimes. I gotta say about Unicorns a lot, John, I've been pretty happy with the fact that after they got the elimination point on the Penta, they didn't stay around La Cabrera. They recognized that, okay, well, we've got an elimination point. They're kind of automatically slowed down because of it. We'll use that to get ahead of them in the circle and think more on our later parts of the game. So that's some good stuff.
Beast pushing in close to Nox with a nade in hand. Needs to get away, get that gun out, get into the fight. Get amongst it. Fade away from Nox. Disengages, but Beast is on the trail. Sniffing his way out towards those players and pushes him into the jaws of Suave. To be able to find that knock, Mazzaro with a nice hop over might catch FTY unprepared if they don't spot these out. He sprays the corner, finds one, finds two, and Mazzaro tears them apart. FTY left flagging, left wondering how the hell did he get in. But this is Mazzaro. We've seen him step up big. It's one, it's two. He's looking for more. Shinyo wanting to hold off now against the rest of the big squad.
Never mind Spider-Man. You're looking at Spider Zaro right now, jumping from the wall onto the balcony. Shinyo, the last player up. It's a little bit tricky to push on these stairwells, so I get why Big are a little bit hesitant, especially when you're going down the stairs, because you just have that little bit less information. If they push as a unit, they should get the final elimination point. But again, it can be tricky as Shinyo looks to back away.
Getting away as well.
Like
Really
it.
effective. With a hop, skip, and a jump. Less of a spring in his step, though. No teammates to speak of. FTY might have just been able to evacuate from this and survive a little bit longer. Resnov gets spotted by... that's Real Tigers 9. This is on the northwestern end of the circle. Unicorns of Love close to Real Tigers 9 and actually close to Antho as well from 5 threats. Last player standing for them and their last chance of making it into the Super Weekend.
Don't know if the revive hasn't quite gotten off. Real Tigers 9 suffered a knock themselves, so that has allowed Unicorns Love to back away. Phase 3 shifts pretty heavily up north, more towards Picado, and there's very flat terrain in this Phase 3 circle. A lot of pocket buildings, so I kind of expect a lot of teams, especially on the northeast, northwest, and the north, to be locked in those compounds, right, kind of pocketed together, and then a lot of flat, empty terrain around these teams.
Unicorns of Love moving through. Real Tigers 9. Clear Vision's pretty quick on the draw to move to the northern side of the road that now splits the south side from the north on this circle. No one really occupying that ground south of Picado right now. Everyone pushed a little bit further south on those previous zones. So now Clear Vision's in a solid spot to entrench.
For a map that's known for its pretty big splits, there's very little areas in this circle that allows for confident splits. Northeast side is probably the best opportunity. The northwest is there, but again, it's tricky on that Picado Hill. Good shots from XTEAM. Get to knock on the Team Doom. PENTA is there to third party to slow XTEAM down.
On the northern side here, just to the west of Picado, Team Doom clash with XTEAM. PENTA in the wings, looking to usher them forwards. No one really making that first move. On the western end, it's Giants, it's Real Tigers 9, it's 4 Romanian Boys, all trying to push in from that west side, from Chumasera.
Real Tigers 9, their spot in the final Super Weekend is a little bit under threat. 34 points, down in 15th. So if the likes of Clear Vision, Unicorns Love, get a lot of points in this game, they could drop down. So these fights against Giants and 4 Romanian Boys and their entry point into the southwestern edge of the circle, very, very important. Yeah, okay, they're safe for the finals. Yeah, realistically, they're safe for the finals, but it denies them practice if they don't make it in. It denies them preparation time for the finals, and then when it comes to the finals, they could be at risk of not making it into the EU regionals.
It's always a risk, isn't it? RESQ, another crucial team close to Clear Visions. If those two teams clash, it could be all fireworks down the lower end of these tables. Team Doom, again, just still taking these fights. A lot of these fights, they are just buffer points that are not going to the teams that really need them towards the bottom. And it's starting to slip away, starting to eke itself out. The next zone, crucial for these teams and their positions. Difficult rotations for low-down teams could spell disaster.
It shifts up the northwest. Great for Unicorns Love. Great for Clear Vision. Bad for Real Tigers 9.
Made over the top. Team Doom and X-Team will not let each other go. A nightmare, the last to fall. Team Doom step up, take down X-Team. and will continue their strike in this league play. They are on form. Imperium, they have done enough to see themselves into the Super Weekend, but they have no points to work with to start things off, and they have a mountain to climb.
Ending today in a confident result will speak volumes to their mentality coming into this third Super Weekend. That mountain that they will need to climb. They're going to have to get their climbing boots on big time. For Romanian Boys also locked down their Super Weekend spots, so they're looking good, at least to make it into the finals. Giants Ulysses gets a knock.
Unicorns of Love need a big game to make it into this Super Weekend, which is surprising given their form. I see an MVP candidate in the tournament overall, and now they're starting to take on for Romanian Boys, getting these knocks, making it difficult. They are in this next circle. Shockwave eliminated in the meantime. This western side, I think, is going to be the hardest for all of these teams. Currently 3 teams lining up to try and make that cross.
Clear Vision went into the edge of Picado. A lot of RESQ sending it there, because in between Picado and where Dumar, now down at the bottom of the hill, is extremely flat. So if the circle shifts over to the west, away from Picado, Clear Vision are going to be in a lot of trouble. It's nice to see Unicorns Love John being proactive from their position, slowing teams down around them, behind on the edge of the circle, just to manipulate that bit of traffic.
Salazar not able to land the spray. Onto the RESQ player, making the way across the field. RESQ looking to try and scoop up as many points as possible. Again, that's what's on everyone's minds. It's what's on my mind as well. And if RESQ go down here, if they take the L in this scenario, it's disaster for their Super Weekend total. Anto spotted. Last player for 5 threats. Could be another guaranteed team to be eliminated from the tournament right here and now. With just the throw of a nade, Giants look to put a stop to 5 threats run.
Just like Vamos in the previous game, it isn't happening for 5 threats, even if they have a player alive. He's just not going to be able to do enough. His name isn't Arvello.
There it is.
His name isn't Victor. And there it is.
There was a 4-point differential between 5 threats and Clear Visions in 16th place. So if Clear Visions had gone down early, maybe there was a chance, but now there is none. 5 threats will be saying goodbye to the PMPL Western Europe for spring 2022.
This is good for Unicorns Love. They are behind 5 threats and 19 points coming into this game. They're still in the circle as the next phase is about to pop up. For RESQ, we're able to make it across the road into the comfort of the hard cover down on the southern edge of the circle, so they should be able to hold out Giants for a little bit longer. Plus, they got away for Unicorns Love, so maybe as Giants push closer towards RESQ, Unicorns Love could third party. But with the next circle about to pop up, the priority is to make it in, and it shifts heavily up north. This is a Picado Hill finish if I've ever seen one, and it's great for Team Doom.
It's gone north. The first circle was south, and ever since then, the circle's been making up for it. North, north, north. Every single time, it's pushing these teams in. That's going to crowd that southern edge. It's going to crowd that southern border, force teams out wide. But Picado being that urban environment on the eastern flank means that it's much harder to rotate through there. You're looking at a position where PENTA right now are under so much pressure. Team Doom under so much pressure, and Big can just take these shots wherever they like.
And that's where the teams down south need to tunics and focus less on rotating and more on kind of fighting their way in. Like Unicorns Love, they're not in the circle, but they're in the perfect opportunity to get as many elimination points as they can and then thread hopefully into the circle. Big Mazzara gets a knock on the 0. That's potentially good if the confirmation comes in for the likes of Unicorns Love. 0 was the player that was furthest away from his team, and that confirmation indeed does come through.
Team Doom, there's a player on the guard. Unicorns of Love stopping the Giants from moving in, but RESQ have taken this a chance to move through towards the Team Doom position. If RESQ go down here, it's a good chance for the teams lower out. Giants eliminated. Unicorns of Love still 4 players alive. 2 eliminations to go. RESQ making that crash, making that push, but they are getting cut down. Team Doom are on form, and they are not letting anyone through. RESQ eliminated. Imperium is disaster for the bottom of the tables.
I appreciate RESQ making the push. It was going to be the fight for their lives. It was always going to be difficult. Sarah gets knocked, and Molly puts a lot of damage, gets a knock into Koa, but Sarah has to heal up in the meantime. And this is great for Unicorns of Love, but Unreal is still there. A counter knock comes through.
Eastern Stars chiming into that fight with the third party. Resible for Unicorns of Love now. Team Doom not going to be able to guard from the edge of that compound. Still a player from Romanian Boys in there, in the thick of it. Daddy down for Unicorns of Love. Clear Vision's the main barrier for the Unicorns right now. If they fall, there is a chance for the Unicorns to make that third Super Weekend. Not that it will matter for the finals, but it's all about the pride now. Clear Visions might get bumped if the Unicorns can perform now.
Two teams fighting for one spot in this third Super Weekend. The fight against the Eastern Stars is so important for Unicorns, and Eastern Stars are pushing.
They're going straight on indoor and up to the wall. Resnov facing off and will be able to get the better end of the deal. Kapahala low, Octavian low, and the Unicorns of Love stay alive. It is a 3v3 pitched battle, and they stand strong. 5 eliminations now. They are chasing. They are hunting Clear Visions. And beyond that, they're hunting Real Tigers 9, who are not safe. Having gone down earlier, they are now under threat from both Clear Visions and Unicorns of Love, surpassing them.
That is a really good point. I touched upon it earlier on, but I didn't necessarily think it was going to be a reality. But with the circle shifting up north, in the hands of Big, away from Doom, away from 4 Romanian Men, away from Unicorns of Love, this is so difficult for both Clear Vision and Unicorns of Love.
I think Unicorns of Love currently sitting 11 points behind Real Tigers 9. If Clear Vision go down, great. They have a little bit of an easier time. But the placement points are starting to rack up. There you go. 35 points for Real Tigers 9. And I think Unicorns of Love, with their elimination total right now, sit 24. So 11 points behind. They need 11 points to squeeze out this game. That's a third place in another elimination. And they've just made it to 4th.
There you go. That's 8 points. Plus the 5 eliminations, that's 13 in total.
No, that's including the including the ones they've already got.
Sorry, apologies.
Icy moving forwards, Alicio on the back, trying to skirt trouble, but it's just so hard in this close quarter.
One player left, Becerra maybe not spotting him. Alicio fighting with the blue. Big is going to be able to punish Sarah. Hopefully, maybe another position spot. Do is heating up. Does he spot Alicio? He doesn't quite.
Oh no. He's on the swivel. Alicio gets the better end. Needs to hit the heel. Needs to hit this first aid, but it's out. It's done. Unicorns of Love. Did they get the flush? Did they get that extra point? I don't know if that's going to be enough for them. Where will the chips fall? I think the Unicorns of Love might have just been squeaked out there. Right at the last moment. It felt like they were on a little bit of a run. But with that, they're in 16th. And the Clear Visions, with more placement points still to come, will be leapfrogging.
Yeah, I don't think Unicorns of Love have done enough, unfortunately. They needed more. And like you said, with Clear Vision up as a full squad, they were their biggest gatekeepers. It's going to be a lot of points in the top 3 for Clear Vision. Maybe they can even take this chicken dinner.
RESQ going down and out guarantees their exit from the tournament. Vamos, guaranteed exit from the tournament. 5 threats, guaranteed exit from the tournament. Team Doom, the only team in the bottom set that's looking to strike out, and they're starting from 0. They're starting from behind. It's going to be so hard for them in the coming week. 3 days for them to play their hearts out. Sit before them. But the final game yet to finish. Clear Visions defending their place. Will be laddering up, will be staying in this fight. Getting into this next Super Weekend. Sarah low, spotted out, nade from Samo. And he will fall down. Now, just Big, 2 players alive. Looking for Our King, laid out on the open rocks. Moving out. Look at this, Clear Visions are pushing away from the zone. 3 versus 2, and Beast faces off. Are happy, finds 1, and Mazzaro falls second. Clear Visions end things with a chicken dinner to defend their spot in this Super Weekend. But it's been one hell of a shake-up.
They left it till the final game, but in the end, Clear Visions close out the final chicken dinner of League Week 3 and secure their spot in the third Super Weekend. They didn't need it in terms of total points in the Super Weekend, but like I mentioned with Real Tigers 9, John, the practice, the preparation, the time, the games, the focus that they're going to be able to use in this third Super Weekend to prepare for the finals is so important.
Unicorns of Love just falling short of that mark. So unfortunate. 2 points in it. 2 points is all it's going to take. We found our bubble as well. I think our bubble's going to sit at 35 points there on the end. Goodness me. It was so close. I mean, there was even potential for Antho to have made it for 5 threats, but Clear Visions wouldn't have mattered anyway. They were able to take that chicken dinner. There was no chance there.
Still had that Mizarro, over 1,000 damage.
Ooh.
Woo! It's not bad. He deserves to be featured up there because he had a great solo play in one of the games, but he's kind of been overshadowed by A-Lord throughout today, so it's good to see him up there.
Certainly have been. Clear Visions take the final chicken dinner and with it their ticket to the Super Weekend. Our teams are decided. We're going back to the desk.
See, the PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary event is still happening. Just head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com. Make sure you check out all which you can win 100,000 euros in prizes, not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s. Also, a big shout out though to Monster Energy, our energy drink partner here at PMPL. Maxman is still taking your ideas and your considerations into effect, and he'll figure out what he wants to do into the Super Weekend of how he's going to chug that actual monster. What we chug it out of? Well, you got to stick around to find out. But gentlemen, right into our match standings. We're going to see how things broke out here. And honestly, it was an extremely close one for some teams. And unfortunately, some teams had their end happen a little bit too quick. So let's throw those up there and see about the teams who did qualify. Obviously, with Clear Vision taking the victory, we know they're going to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, Clear Vision, they were in 16th position, right, Kalash, just before this game, so it was not 100% sure they were still that potential threat of, you know, your rescues, your 5 threats, there's still had a potential chance, even Unicorns of Love, depending on how that game went, which it did go pretty well for them. They got themselves 14 points, and we'll have to look on the overall rankings after, but I believe that if Clear Vision did not get this type of a finish, getting that chicken dinner plus the 7 eliminations, chances are Unicorns of Love could have barely but surely snuck into that 16th position.
Okay, well, Klaus, I believe you're muted at the moment, is what I'm being told, though I can hear you in Discord. And what he said was, Maxman, I apologize for all the mishaps and all the bad words against you. I love you indeed. Yeah. And Jason, I still hate you. But you can see here, big, like you said before, 23 points, Clear Vision 22. Klaus, if your mic is unmuted now, which I think it is, feel free to continue what you're saying or start from the beginning.
Myself out. All right, yeah, I'm sorry about that, but yeah, as I was saying, in rebuttal to what Max was saying, if Unicorns of Love have their 14-point game, Clear Vision has, you know, if they bomb out, which we have seen them happen in this tournament and in today's game so far, they could have easily taken them over. So Clear Vision was very much so aware that they were in the danger zone, I think is fair to say, and they had a great game off of it.
Okay. Anything else to add, Max?
No, I was going to add also to that the fact that also Big were taking the control of the northern side, right? And the fact is that Clear Vision were able to take a really good push onto their position where Big it's not an easy feat, right, to actually push them out of their position, a high ground position to there for the longest time. I said position a lot of the last few seconds, actually. That's weird.
I love the way you say it. It's okay.
Yeah, but so it's good to see from Clear Vision getting back into the fight of it, especially Hamodi, right? He's been a little bit invisible for the last few days, but he's back into it. Always good to see, though, on the bottom page. And as we can see, right, your 5 threats, able to get the point to rescue, only 1 point. There was their last opportunity here, Jason, but they were just not quite able to make it work out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but again, at the end of the day, like, this is a lot of experience to gain as a team, right? Think about the next season, if they get back in, like, this is a good chance for them just to figure out what they did right, what they did wrong, really work on it over the next, next couple of months, and then hopefully come back even stronger.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, there's some potential glimmers there from some of these teams. I mean, on memes aside, we did start with RESQ having a really good start to the tournament. Our day number 1 was great. Yeah. Then hard cursed, like maybe the hardest we've ever seen. Like by Max.
Mike's muted. Your mic's muted again. I'll take over. No, go ahead. I mean, it is unfortunate, but the fact is, right, you can't be good on one day. You have to be good throughout the entire tournament. Sure. Maybe a day like that would be better suited in like finals, but oh well, they're not going to make it there, unfortunately. But let's see now our last standings here from our final week of league play. Game Lord didn't play the last match, so 121 will be where they end off. Looking down the list here, Team Doom. I think for me, that's one of the big stories. This is their first chance to make something happen.
Yeah. They talk about your guilty pleasure, Kalaris? While I jump on.
You want me to do it? You want me to do it?
Do it. Do it.
I think that it's going to be very difficult for them to make something happen in this super weekend. I mean, so the problem for them is the goalpost's always going to be moving, right? The 71 points that for Romanian Boys is going to be starting out, that's always going to be moving. Team Doom's shown that they can get some points here, but they've not shown that they can round out just a chicken dinner properly here in this lobby. So they're going to need to do that in the super weekend to be able to make up the deficit that they're already at. And I think it's a long stretch.
If you're looking at 4 Romanian Boys, which currently are standing as that limit, as that bubble in 16th with 71 points, imagine they duplicate that type of result they had in weekend 2. They're going to be looking for, that 140, 150 limit, which is exactly what happened in PMPL Arabia, right? You're going to need to hit that to qualify. So they're going to need a huge super weekend for Team Doom to be able to make it.
All right, well, here it is, second page and third page. The teams who are going to be qualified here. Real Tigers 9 going to be in 16th place, 2 points. Unicorns of Love not going to be here, and for me, that's, I mean, obviously, it's kind of sad for them, but the fact is, like, they're going to qualify for the Super Weekend anyway, or for the finals, right? So it's not too big of a deal. The only thing they're missing out on is obviously the $1,000 for chicken dinner.
And relative to that, I think it's probably the biggest surprise of this league play, right? Like, Unicorns of Love should be making it to every Super Weekend, and of course are going to be in the finals here. But the fact that they miss out on a Super Weekend here, you've got to use that time wisely, I think, here for Unicorns of Love if you want to challenge Game Lord up at the top.
Even though we're finishing on a little bit of a sad note for Unicorns of Love and they're not making it to the Super Weekend, there is one good thing that on that last game, Icy just crossed the bar of 100 eliminations in the entire tournament. So he just crossed it that last game. So hey, good to Icy. Hell yeah.
I feel like he's only needed 5 elims for like the last, like since Super Weekend.
He needed 8 for this league play. Got 8. Okay, it's not that impressive, but still 100 elimination. Like, come on.
I mean, that's a ton of elims though if you think about it over the course of the whole season, and even 8 elims in a league play is more than I think a majority of people get. So I think that's fair. Like that's still technically a lot of work.
He was before we actually went into this league play, was actually the top fragger out of all PMPLs in the world. So he was the top fragger technically in the world for like a period of time, which was impressive. I don't think after this league play it's still going to be the case, but man, this guy for his first actual official event in PMPL, amazing start. He couldn't make any better.
Pretty good indeed. All right, so unfortunately, Rescue, Vamos, Five Threats not going to be participating in our finals, and it comes down to now Team Doom over the course of the next 3 days of Super Weekend. But that also means tomorrow, if you guys are paying attention to the schedule, you've been watching every week, which I know most of you out there have been, we're not going to be here tomorrow because it is a day off. But then we do have 3 days of Super Weekend, and then after that, our top 16 teams will get into the finals, and we have a 4-day break, I believe it is, before we even jump back into that. So it'll be a week from Friday until we kick off the finals. It's going to be exciting, and honestly, I'm going to give you two a quick little last chance to say anything before we end out the day.
4 days? What are we going to do when we have that break?
Hang out with the lads. Do some interviews.
Oh,
like
maybe
play some It Takes Two. Who knows?
Oh, Max, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe I'll give it a try. I don't know. I've never heard of the game before. I don't know. I was going to catch up on some anime, but we'll see.
All right. Well, awesome, Max. That means you have 4 days off to find the ultimate way to drink a Monster Energy drink on the show for our finals. So you got to figure something out.
Ultimate way.
I can tell you the next way I'm going to drink Monster, I'm going to need a lot. So I need to stack up for the whole day tomorrow. I need it.
If the straw you use isn't like 3 feet long or like 1.5 meters long for all you normal people out there, I'm going to be a little disappointed.
Oh, I'll have to see if I can buy that. We'll see.
All
For
right.
the turtles. Yeah.
I think that conversion actually is completely off. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in. This has been the final week of League Play. We still have Super Weekend to come up, but it'll be kicking off on Friday at the exact same time we always start. We look forward to having you guys be there and enjoy the day off as we will.